You see, a written test can be used to answer a typical question: to what extent does an individual perform either in comparison with other or in comparison with the domain of performance task. That is for both norm reference testing and criterion reference testing. In order to enhance the reliability and validity of our results, we always make use of variety of test item, because a single test item has its own advantages and limitations. So it will be incorrect to include only one category of item, that is, say, only essay type items, or only, say, multiple choice item or completion type item. So we need to use variety of test item. And one way of classifying items is on the basis of how you expect your students to respond to the item. Your students could either supply an answer to a question by a word, by number, by one sentence, more sentences, paragraphs, etc. It means he's supplying the answer, he's creating the answer, he's computing the answer, he's evolving the answer. So such type of items are called as supply type item. And the other category is when the student is supplying an answer, or you can say he's not supplying, he's selecting the answer from out of the options available. So selection type items, that is say multiple choice, alternative response, matching type, analogy reasoning type. And this session is about writing test item of good quality. That is, what are the guidelines of writing supply type items and the selection type item. Now moving to, first of all, the supply type item. First of all, we include short answer item in this category. Short answer item is a you can say an item which involves or which begins with a stimulus word or a specific direction. When I say stimulus word, for example, name one sulfide ore of copper. So name, so that gives him a hint that he is to supply only the name of that sulfide ore. Now there are other examples, like in what year did man first land on the moon? State the relationship between molecular weight and vapor density. 8 is what percentage of 64? State Newton's first law of motion. Name the device which is used in a vacuum cleaner to pump air into the dust bag. Or the atomic weight of potassium is 39, of chlorine 35.5, and of oxygen 16. Find the molecular weight of potassium chlorate. So in these types of items, the student is required to supply an answer to a question by a word, by a number. When I say 8 is what percentage of 64? One sentence, say define force, state SI unit of force. So these are the types of items which fall under the category of short answer item. Now let us have a look at the guidelines of writing supply type item, particularly the short answer item. First is, be sure that the problem presented to the student is made clear in the statement of the problem itself. For example, who was George Washington? Now to this question, number of responses can be given by the students. It is not very much, you can say, definite, very much specific. The best item would be, what was the name of the first president of US? Now it is now highly specific. So clearly specify the nature of the response to be made. For example, another example is when I say, what is coal? Now To this question, you will have answers like impure carbon, petrified vegetable matter, burning ember. Somebody will give the composition of coal, somebody will give the applications of coal. Now, to this question, as a teacher, as a paper setter, I thought that student would write answer as fuel. But there is nothing in the statement of the question to imply that the answer fuel is wanted. So the question can be rephrased like, for what purpose is most coal used? From what substance coal was formed? Name the chemical elements contained in the coal, or what name is applied to a glowing coal in a fire. Now these are highly specific. So golden rule is, think of the intended answer first and then write the statement of the question to which that answer is the only definite answer, and this will avoid indefiniteness and this will avoid multiple correct answers. So after writing the question, you need to ask from yourself what kind of response different students would try to give, because this is a type of objective item, because here the item is in the form of direct question or stimulus word. So it has to be very specific, because normally we give 1 or 2 marks for these types of questions. Other guideline is frame questions whose answers are naturally very brief, because this is not a lengthy question. So one word, one letter, one number, few sentences, not more than say 2 to 3 sentences. Measure only one concept at a time. When I say define force and state its SI unit, now I am asking two things in one question. So I can either have A or B part, define force, B part is state SI unit of force, or in the previous version, that is define force and state SI unit of force, in the bracket I can assign marks 2, 1, that is 2 marks are for definition and 1 mark is meant for the units. So you need to give the distribution of marks also, so that everybody must know that the about the length of the answer as well as the number marks allotted to each part of the question. Avoid using textbook wording in phrasing items. Don't pick up you see the questions directly from the book. For example, if I say name the law or state the law which states to every action there is equal and opposite reaction. So it's a textbook phrase, okay, word. This can be rephrased like, if I apply a weight of 10 kg on table, how much table would exert on my hand. Okay, so this is the application part. Be brief and direct. Our purpose is not to confuse the students. So state question, like I have given you number of example: define, state, draw, enumerate. Okay, so these are the definite questions. Then use direct question form rather than incomplete form. Now this guideline says that direct questioning has got more advantages over the completion type item, that is fill in the blanks type item, because direct questioning is very much you can say very much suitable to the student, because in the general classroom teaching we always ask what is the normal temperature of human body. We never ask normal temperature of human body is dash. Okay, so it is very natural to the student, as it is the usual method of asking question in the classroom. And secondly, direct questioning will minimize the influence of you can say guesses. Okay, so poor item, this is poor item. Ramesh made his first orbital flight around Earth in dash. So you will get multiple answers. Now this question can be made better. When did Ramesh make his first orbital flight around the Earth? Again, there is some ambiguity. This is not very specific. Now the item can be made best. In what year Did Ramesh make his first orbital flight around the Earth? Now this is quite specific. Everybody knows that the answer is to be supplied in year. Okay. Specify the degree of precision and the units desired. I say state SI unit of force. What is the normal temperature of human body in degree Fahrenheit? So specify the unit. And likewise, if in case of computational problem, you also specify the degree of correctness, that is up to 2 decimal or 3 decimal. Make each problem independent of the solution to any other problem. You see, when we make use of variety of test item, there are chances that the item is asked, or the content asked in short answer question is also being asked in multiple choice, or say the essay type questions. There is some ambiguity in this question. Name the authors who prepared the first IQ test. This is giving some hint. Name the authors means you have to specify that test which has been constructed by more than one author. Okay, so this is giving a hint. Again, this is not a good item. Now advantages are, these short answer type items are useful for testing the knowledge of specific facts, terminology, basic facts. What is the normal temperature of human body? Define force, state Newton's first law of motion, state as a unit of force. So the lowest level of knowledge is tested very correctly with the help of higher mental abilities are not corrected measured through short answer item. Short answer type item eliminate guessing very completely, because the student is constructing the answer. He is computing, he is evolving, he is creating. So guesswork is minimum. You can easily construct short answer item as compared to multiple choice item, because for a multiple choice item, thinking about 4 alternative is a very tedious job. Short answer type items have got wide application to test situations when it is presented in the form of a map, chart or diagram. You can ask the student to complete the incomplete diagram, or you can ask him to label the diagram, or you can ask him to name the steps involved, okay, and so on. There are certain limitations. One is that suitable only for a limited range of mental processes. Higher mental ability, that is ability to comprehend, ability to apply, ability to analyze, ability to evaluate, and ability to create, cannot be measured with the help of short answer type item, because the higher mental abilities require more freedom on the part of learner to think about the answer, whereas in this case there is a limited response to a question. So this is only useful for measuring lower levels of knowledge, that is remembering, that is only the specific facts. And lack of objectivity in scoring, in case the item is not prepared as per the guidelines we have discussed just now. For example, if I ask what is force, now again this is a very short answer question, but to this question student will give different answer. So it will lack objectivity if the question is not made very specific. So you have to make sure that the problem presented to the student is made clear in the statement of the problem itself. Now we'll move to the completion type item, because in engineering institution and polytechnics we also make use of fill in the blanks item, because this is an item in which we insert 1 or 2 blanks for the student to fill in the answer. So again the student is supplying the answer, he is creating the answer, he is computing the answer, so less guesswork is involved. Now the guidelines are word the item so that the required answer is both brief and specific. You have to specify an animal that eats the flesh of other animal is dash. This is one example. Second is, an animal that eats the flesh of other animal is classified. Now in the first statement, the answer could be any, whereas in the second statement there is a definite answer, carnivorous. So this is the best item. So you have to word these items so that the required answer is very specific and very brief. Use completion type item only when direct question is not appropriate. For example, is copper a good conductor of heat and electricity? Now this involves guess. So this question can be converted into a completion type item, and we can write the question as copper is a good conductor of dash and electricity. Okay. Another is omit keywords, phrases, rather than the less important details. For example, now in this statement, in this question, I have omitted the key word. The law of dash states that a body at rest tends to remain at rest and a body in motion tends to remain in motion. Answer is inertia. So it's the key word. So I'm not omitting the less important word like a body or rest or motion, etc. Do not omit too many keywords, because if you include 2-3 key blanks, if you have 2-3 blanks, the student will not be able to complete the sentence. It will be very confusing. For example, dash animals that are born dash and dash their young are called dash. The student is confused. He will not be able to construct the answer. We can rephrase this question as warm-blooded animals that are born alive and suckle their young are called dash. So answer is mammals. The dash obtained by dash the scores in a distribution and divided by dash. All these questions I have taken from previously set questions, question papers. Okay. A dash is used to make dash measurements very dash. Very confusing question. So do not omit too many keywords. Specify the degree of precision and the units desired. The normal temperature of human body is dash. So within bracket you can write degree Fahrenheit. Okay. Leave enough space for your students to answer question. Sometimes we give students the written sheet where the statements are already printed and students are asked to write the answer in the space provided. So have enough space for the blanks. Make the blanks of uniform length. There are 5 completion type items and you have left the length of blank according to the size of the answer. That will again provide hint to the student. For example, name of the part of speech that connects words, clauses and sentences is dash. So answer is big. So I have kept a bigger length, bigger space. Name of the part of speech that declares, asserts or predicts something is dash. So answer is verb, very small 4-letter word. Okay, so I have kept only a small space. So even one letter is required as a answer. You have to make the blanks of all the questions with the uniform length. Another is use statements for which there is only one correct answer. There should not be ambiguity. Only one correct answer is required. Avoid grammatical and unintended clues to the correct answer. Let me give you few examples. An elementary particle carrying a charge of negative electricity is called as. So this question will give hint to the student is called an. So it will be written as a within bracket an. It will be called a or called an. Again, one intended clue. Steamboats are moved by engines that run on the pressure of dash. So it means uh, the clue is from steam engine. Okay, a steamboat. Thunderstorms form when columns of dash air rise to cooler altitudes. Again, you have you will get clue from the cooler altitude. So answer would be hotter or warmer. Blank should be placed at the end of a statement rather than at the beginning. When I say dash, dash and dash are the three cases which constitute the Earth's atmosphere. This is very confusing. When the question begins with a blank, student will not be able, so it's confusing to the student. So we can write as the three gases which constitute the atmospheric pressure atmosphere are dash, dash and dash. Avoid lifting items directly from textbook. For example, silver is a good material to use as a. So instead of this textbook wording, we can rephrase it as in the electrical field, silver is a good material to use as a. And prepare a scoring key that contains all anticipated correct answers, and that scoring key must be supplied to all the evaluators so that they will evaluate the questions on a same platform. Now coming to essay type items, which are having more you can say which contains more response as compared to short answer type item, both the short answer question as well as the completion type item. And essay questions are useful for measuring the ability of the student to supply rather than merely identify interpretation and application of the data. And secondly, ability to select, organize and integrate ideas in a general attack on a problem. So outcomes of the first type are measured by restricted response essay question, where where the student is not given enough freedom to think about any answer. So definite direction is given to him. Whereas outcomes of the second type are measured by extended response essay question, where student is free to select the content which he think is pertinent. He is free to organize and integrate the answer according to his own judgment. So enough freedom is given. So this enough freedom introduces scoring difficulty in case of extended response question, whereas restricted response questions are very much definite, and these also enhance the reliability. Now we'll move to the restricted response essay question. Some of the examples I have given written here. One is describe two situations that demonstrate the application of the law of conservation of energy. So student knows that only two situations are to be given and they have to be described. Describe the working of carburetor and the cooling system of the internal combustion engine. So the scope of the answer is restricted in the statement of the question, that is he is to describe only the working of carburetor and cooling system. And secondly, natural response is that he is to describe, when I say compare the properties of covalent and electrovalent compounds. So the scope of the answer is limited to covalent and electrovalent compounds properties, and the student is required to compare these property. Comparison can be in the form of a column, or you can write as statement. For example, covalent compounds have a low melting and boiling point as compared to electrovalent compounds, or you can write the responses in a table. One left side covalent compounds, second column is the electrovalent compounds. On the extreme left you can write the boiling point, melting point and other properties, and comparison can be shown. A stone loses its weight when it is immersed in water. So explain the reasons for its apparent weight lost. So this type of reasoning can be given in framing restricted response essay question. Now let us have a look at the examples of extended response questions. Write a scientific evaluation of the Copernican theory of the solar system. Include scientific observations that support your statement. Enough freedom is given to the student. He is free to select the content. He is free to organize, integrate. Explain how poverty can be removed in India. Very much extended. There is no limitation on the answer. Critically evaluate the admission criteria in the polytechnics or engineering colleges of your state. So you have to discuss all the pros and cons. Critically evaluate. So the answer is very huge. Now let us have a look on the guidelines of writing good quality essay questions, so that we can enhance the reliability, we can enhance the validity of our results. One is restrict the use of essay questions to those learning outcomes that cannot be measured by objective item. This guidelines states that we need to include more number of short answer questions or multiple choice questions, because these can cover entire syllabus as compared to these essay type of questions. Secondly, design large number of items requiring short answer than few items requiring long answers. I have seen a few question paper. I have brought those question paper where the students are required only to attempt 5 questions out of 8 or out of 10 questions. And sometimes there is sometimes you will not find any you can say sections A, B or C. So student has got enough freedom, and he can make use of you can say guess. He can apply his mind. So chance factor will play its role. He will decide that okay, if I go through these 4 chapters, I'll get as good as 80 marks. And a student who has prepared the entire syllabus, probably he may not be able to get good marks. So if there are less number of items, that is you see only 5 items are to be answered instead of 10 or 12 items, so reliability will be very low. You see, if I ask you to write an answer to a question, write a short note on semiconductor. Now different students will give different answers. One answer sheet will be marked differently by 2 examiners. Even if I ask you to answer the same question after a gap of 1 day or 2 days, there will be a change in your own response also. But if I ask you explain, define, state, there will be less you can say distortion, and these are highly objective, and reliability can be increased. Dr. Bedi might have discussed yesterday the concept of reliability. Reliability means consistency of results from one measurement to another measurement. That is, if an answer sheet is marked by 2 different examiners, it must provide almost similar marks. There must not be significant difference in the marks allotted by 2 or 3 examiners. Sorry. Then validity. We say a test is valid if it measures what it is supposed to measure. For example, my objective is that he will be able to define force. Then the corresponding question should be define force and not what is force, because what is force is measuring something different, whereas our objective was that he will be able to define force. So enhanced reliability can be enhanced if you have more number of items in a question paper as requiring short answer as compared to few items requiring long answer. And secondly, when you are giving more number of questions, it means you are giving adequate coverage to the syllabus. You say your first question contains 3 parts, your second question contains 2 parts, third question contains 4 parts. So you are giving more coverage as compared to only 8 sentence questions. Each question is of only 1 sentence. Write a short note on semiconductor. Second question is write a short note on, say, physical properties and chemical properties, and so on. Okay, so you have to have more number of items requiring short answer than few items requiring long answers. Formulate questions that will call forth the behavior specified in the learning outcome. First of all, you prepare a table of specification. Okay, I want to assess these types of capabilities. Then according to corresponding to those capability, you frame questions which measure only those types of capabilities. So this will enhance the validity. Clearly indicate students' task completely and specifically by delimiting the area of the answer covered by the question, using words that themselves give direction, giving specific direction. For example, if I ask, what are Newton's laws of motion? Now one student will write these statements of 3 laws. Another student will write one example each for the 3 laws of motion. Another student will describe two examples for each of the 3 laws. Now the evaluator will give more marks to the student who has explained 3 laws with 2 examples as compared to the marks given to the student who has stated only the laws. Now what are Newton's laws of motion does not specify about the nature of the response and about the scope of the topic to be discussed. Can't the question be stated as describe each of 3 Newton's laws of motion with 1 example? Another question is explain the working principle of carburetor of an IC engine. Now one student has explained the working principle as such, another student has illustrated with the help of his neat sketch. So again, the student who has drawn the sketch will get more marks. So can't we state the question like explain with a neat sketch the working principle of carburetor of an IC engine? Okay, I have got few question papers. We will see the quality of those questions. Another guideline is discuss organizations that contribute to the health of community. Many a times we have found that questions are beginning with the word discuss. Discuss with whom? Discussion तो आमने सामने होती है. Can you discuss on a piece of paper? No. This is itself is confusing. So never use the word discuss. Now again this question is global, confusing. Whether the private organizations are to be stated that contribute to the health of the community or the government organization, and what does the teacher meant by contribute to the health of community, whether according to preventive health or according to uh, health hazards. Okay, nothing is clear. Compare the Democratic and Republican parties. Very global question. So many parameters. So it is very difficult for a student to restrict his answer. So can't we write question as compare the current policies of Democratic and Republican parties with regard to government's role in business. So you have delimited. Write short note on semiconductor. It means you are asking him to write the complete chapter. Even there is a book on semiconductor. So to what extent the student has to answer, it is not clear. If a student has the good speed of writing, he can write answer in 4 pages, 6 pages, 8 pages. So such types of questions should not, do not phrase questions like, what do you think? What do you know about force? अथाह सागर, मैं आपसे सवाल पूछता हूँ, what do you know about Ohm's law? Now this question will be answered differently by different students. If the question is like state Ohm's law, draw circuit diagram for verification of Ohm's law, draw a graph between V and I, list situations where Ohm's law can be applicable. So always try to write question beginning with 1 or 2 action verbs: define, state, describe, compare, enumerate, elucidate, illustrate. These are very much specific words. Do not use the word discuss. Tell what you know about, or what do you understand by, or give your best definition of motivation. You see, motivation has been defined differently by different authors. So one definition is best for one student, and other student will consider another definition as the best one. So the teacher will give marks accordingly. In your opinions, what factors have contributed? Never ask opinions in a sessional question paper, or say in the end semester question paper. These can be given as assignment where you want to know their expression. Indicate an approximate time limit for each question. As a paper setter, try to write an adequate answer to every question. So this will check the indefiniteness, and this will also help you to estimate the time required for completing all the 5 questions in 3 hours. Indicate distribution of marks against each part of question. Essay question should be written in language of students, precise in meaning, unambiguous, giving enough detail. Please use those words which can be understood easily by all the students. मैं आपको यहाँ एक हिंट देता हूँ, पुराने क्वेश्चन पेपर भी उठाइए, और जब सेमेस्टर का एंड हो उस समय वो पुराने क्वेश्चन पेपर भी अपने स्टूडेंट्स के साथ डिस्कस करें, बिकॉज इन old question paper you might have come across with difficult words, so you can tell them कि अगर ये word है इसका meaning ये है. कई बार आपसे भी बच्चों ने बाहर आके पूछा होगा कि सर इसमें क्या आंसर आना था, तो वर्ड का जो स्टेटमेंट थी, क्वेश्चन की जो स्टेटमेंट थी कंफ्यूजिंग थी, तो आप बोलते हो कि इसमें ऐसे 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 लिखना था. सर ये तो मुझे सारा आता था, मैं तो समझ नहीं पाया. So write question in the language of student in which they can understand. Our purpose is not to judge their adequacy of language. Test question by writing an ideal answer. Do not require too much writing for the time available. For example, write a short note on semiconductor, write a short note on curriculum development. So book is there, and entire chapter is being asked to. So this is not a good. Another is avoid optional questions. There are 10 questions. A student is required to attempt only 5 questions. एक स्टूडेंट ने पहला, तीसरा, पांचवा, सातवां, नौवां क्वेश्चन अटेम्प्ट किया, दूसरे ने दूसरा, चौथा, छठा, आठवां, दसवां किया, तीसरे ने कोई और कॉम्बिनेशन बनाया. कैन यू कंपेयर द abilities of different students in this way? You cannot judge, you cannot compare the performance. किसी ने पहला, तीसरा, पांचवा, सातवां, नौवां किया, दूसरे ने दूसरा, चौथा किया, तीसरे ने कोई और कॉम्बिनेशन किया. Learning abilities can be compared only when all the students are required to attempt same type of questions, only then. So 10 क्वेश्चन में से 5 आप पूछते हैं या 8 में से 5 पूछते हैं, इट्स नॉट ए गुड वे. बेटर है कि 5 ही क्वेश्चन रखें, उसमें 25% इंटरनल चॉइस दे दें, राइट. मेनली वो जो क्वेश्चंस हैं वो फिक्स्ड हैं, you are not giving them external choice. So internal choice can be given up to 25% marks. Do construct items belonging to different mental abilities. If all questions are easy, तो स्टूडेंट्स के मार्क्स कैसे आएंगे? 90, 89, 88, 87, 86. If all the questions are difficult, students के marks आएंगे 50, 49, 48, 47, 46 and so on. So what is reliability? Reliability है consistency of results from one measurement to another measurement. अगर सारे easy questions हैं, बच्चों के मार्क्स 90, 89, 88, 87 आए हैं, दूसरे टीचर ने उसको वैल्यूड किया, जिसके पहले वाले में 90 आए थे, दूसरे वाले में 87 आ गए, 87 वाले के 90 आ गए. So the student is not keeping his he is not able to get the same marks. So there should be, the question should be of adequate difficulty level. तो adequate difficulty level होंगे, यानी few questions are very easy, few questions are very difficult, and rest of the question should belong to average difficulty level. तो स्टूडेंट के मार्क्स कैसे आएंगे? 90, 86, 83. So he will be able to maintain his relative position. So do construct items belonging to different mental abilities. Another is use new examples and illustration. Don't repeat previously asked question. तो बच्चे जो हैं पिछले सालों के क्वेश्चन पेपर उठाते हैं, वो देखते हैं कि भी ये ट्रेंड है, 2012 में ये आया, 13 में ऐसा आया, 15 में ऐसा आएगा, right? So likewise, so always use good new examples, new illustration. Now I'll touch upon few question paper. Just see, I have got question paper. Yes. This question paper is on troubleshooting, and question is, what do you mean by the maintenance of an electric equipment? What do you mean? Now everybody will give different answer. What are different fault finding aids? Whether you want him to name those aids, or whether you want to ask whether you want him to explain those with applications, not clear. Discuss the split half method as a technique for troubleshooting an electronic equipment. Do you want him to write the procedure? Do you want him to write the advantages or limitations of split half method? Not clear. You have simply asked discuss. What are X-rays? Now whether you want him to define, whether you want him to write types of X-rays, whether you want him to write the advantages and limitation, because not clear what are X-rays. Coming to another question paper. This is a manufacturing technology for mechanical engineering students. What do you understand by positive and negative pattern allowances? What do you understand? Never begin with the word understand or know. What are the various methods of inspection of casting for internal and external defects? 15 नंबर का क्वेश्चन है. What are the various methods of inspection of casting for internal and external defects? कुछ क्लियर नहीं है कि 2 मेथड एक्सप्लेन करने हैं, 4 करने हैं, क्या एक्सप्लेन करने हैं, क्या डायग्राम बनानी है. आपने सीधे उसके मार्क्स लिख दिए 15. देन अनदर इज, अभी ये शॉर्ट आंसर क्वेश्चंस हैं 2-2 नंबर के. क्वेश्चन है व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय फोटो सेल्स. मीनिंग लिखना है, एप्लीकेशन लिखनी है, उसका स्ट्रक्चर बनाना है. Another question is, what is meant by the term control system? चलिए आगे हैं डेटाबेस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम का क्वेश्चन पेपर है. डिस्कस द 3 लेवल आर्किटेक्चर ऑफ डेटाबेस सिस्टम. नाउ अब ये जो क्वेश्चन है इसके मार्क्स भी नहीं लिखे. ये मार्क्स जो है वो कितने का, 10 नंबर का है. मार्क्स लिखे नहीं है बिकॉज देयर आर 2 सेक्शंस. देन अनदर क्वेश्चन इज, ट्वेंटी मार्क्स क्वेश्चन केमिस्ट्री का है फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर में. राइट ए नोट ऑन टाइप्स एंड प्योरिफिकेशन ऑफ वाटर, 20 नंबर. सेकेंड है राइट ए नोट ऑन फॉलोइंग. ए इज प्रॉपर्टीज एंड यूजेस ऑफ फॉर्मेल्डिहाइड. सेकेंड इज फैक्टर्स अफेक्टिंग रेट ऑफ एंजाइमेटिक एक्टिविटी. देन मॉडर्न मेथड्स ऑफ फैब्रिक प्रोडक्शन. अब ये देखिए क्वेश्चन पेपर उठाएंगे, 8 क्वेश्चन है, एक ही सेंटेंस का क्वेश्चन लिखा हुआ है. राइट ए नोट ऑन वेरियस टाइप्स ऑफ सेल्वेजेस. राइट ए डिटेल्ड नोट ऑन शटललेस लूम्स. राइट ए नोट ऑन वेफ्ट इंसर्शन सिस्टम ऑफ वाटर जेट लूम्स. राइट ए नोट ऑन सुल्जर वेफ्ट पैटर्निंग सिस्टम. अब ये इस क्वेश्चन पेपर को देख के लगता है कि पेपर सेटर ऐसा है जो इस सब्जेक्ट से पूरी तरह वाकिफ नहीं है. उसके पास यूनिवर्सिटी ने या बोर्ड ने सिलेबस भेज दिया और सिलेबस में से उसने कंपोनेंट लिए और साथ उसके साथ राइट ए नोट लिख दिया. मीन्स वो बच्चे को चाहता है कि पूरा का पूरा चैप्टर लिखे. और अगर ऐसे क्वेश्चन रिपीटेडली आएंगे तो चांस फैक्टर विल प्ले इट्स रोल. कुछ स्टूडेंट जो हैं गेस लगाएंगे कि ये क्वेश्चन इस साल आएगा या ये टॉपिक इस साल आएगा, और जिसका गैस अच्छा होता है उसको 90 नंबर मिल गए, जिसका गैस अच्छा नहीं हुआ उसको 40 मिले, और जो सबसे ज्यादा सारे चैप्टर पढ़ के गया उसको 50 मिले या 55 मिले. तो सी नेक्स्ट. अब देखिए ये 20 मार्क्स का क्वेश्चन है, कहीं भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं दी हुई. पहला यानी उसमें क्वेश्चन देखिए, स्टेटमेंट मैं पढ़ता हूं. व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय ए स्ट्रेन गॉज. डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन बॉन्डेड एंड इम्बॉन्डेड गॉजेस. derive an expression for bridge sensitivity in the case of a voltage system Wheatstone bridge having equal arms. हालांकि इसमें कुछ पार्ट्स अच्छे लिखे हुए हैं, लेकिन जो पहला पार्ट है व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय स्ट्रेन गॉज, ये क्लियरली स्टेटेड नहीं है. और ना ही इस क्वेश्चन पेपर में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ मार्क्स जो है वो दिया हुआ है कि किस क्वेश्चन के लिए कितने मार्क्स जो है वो मिलेंगे. सो ये थे ऐसे टाइप क्वेश्चन. अभी मैं, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस और पॉलिटेक्निक्स में मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चंस को भी इंपॉर्टेंस दी जाती है. तो नाउ यू विल हैव ए लुक एट the guidelines of writing multiple choice item. And as you know, multiple choice item contain two parts. One is a stem and second is a set of options. So stem describes the nature of the question, and responses, four responses are given. Out of these four responses, one is the key, that is the correct answer, and three are the alternative, that is the wrong answers. Now question can be written in the form of a question, or it can be written in the form of a phrase, or it can be written in the form of a completion type item. For example, how much force is needed to slide a 100 kg box along a concrete floor if the coefficient of friction between the box and the floor is 0.4? So this is written in the form of a question. Answers are 25 Newton, 40 Newton, 60 Newton, 100 Newton. यहाँ पर एक गाइडलाइन आप देख रहे हैं कि सारे आंसर्स या तो हम इंक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में रखें या डिक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में रखें. 25, 40, 60, 100 बहुत अच्छे से लिखे हुए हैं. ऐसा नहीं हो 100, 40, देन 60, फिर 25. ईदर इंक्रीजिंग और डिक्रीजिंग. सिंपल सेंटेंस फॉर्म. Compute the force needed to slide a 100 kg box along a concrete floor if the coefficient of friction between the box and the floor is 0.4. So हमने सेंटेंस फॉर्म में लिखा, पहला क्वेश्चन फॉर्म में लिखा था सेंटेंस. थर्ड है इनकम्प्लीट सेंटेंस. The force needed to slide a 100 kg box along a concrete floor if the coefficient of friction between the box and the floor is 0.4 is. So तीनों बेटर मेथड है. आप तीनों में से कोई एक मेथड लें और यूनिफॉर्मिटी रखें उस क्वेश्चन पेपर में. अगर आपके 10 मल्टीपल चॉइस हैं तो एक ही तरह का फॉर्मेट जो है वो यूज करें. एंड वन मोर थिंग इज ऑप्शंस मस्ट बी प्लॉजिबल. प्लॉजिबिलिटी का मतलब क्या है कि अगर बच्चा कंप्यूटेशन है तो कैलकुलेशन में कोई गलती करता है तो वो आंसर होना चाहिए. ये नहीं कि ऑड मैन आउट हो कि बच्चा जो है इसको छोड़े, ये तो आंसर हो ही नहीं सकता है, ये तो उसको टोटली उसको ऑड मैन आउट निकाल दे. सो प्लॉजिबिलिटी का मतलब है दैट एवरी ऑप्शन हैज एन इक्वल प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ बीइंग सेलेक्टेड बाय द स्टूडेंट इफ ही कमिट सम एरर. इफ ही हैज नो कंप्लीट इंफॉर्मेशन देन एवरी आंसर हैज द इक्वल प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ बीइंग सेलेक्टेड बाय हिम और हर. सो अभी मैं गाइडलाइंस डिस्कस करेंगे. ओके, द स्टेम मस्ट प्रेजेंट ए प्रॉब्लम that is meaningful by itself. अब मैं आपके सामने एग्जांपल देता हूं. साउथ अमेरिका ये स्टेम है. ये चार ऑप्शंस हैं A, B, C, D. is a flat arid country, imports coffee from the US, has a larger population than US, was settled mainly by colonists from Spain. तो जो स्टेम है वो हमें कोई हिंट नहीं देती कि भी आंसर किस तरह का होगा. वेरी कंफ्यूजिंग. अब मैं इसको रीराइट कर रहा हूं. मोस्ट ऑफ साउथ अमेरिका वाज सेटल्ड बाय कॉलोनिस्ट फ्रॉम. नाउ द ऑप्शंस आर इंग्लैंड, फ्रांस, हॉलैंड, स्पेन. सो ऑप्शंस छोटे हो गए और मैक्सिमम इंफॉर्मेशन जो है वो स्टेम में आ गई. और अब ये देखिए मैंने अल्फाबेटिकली इनको अरेंज किया हुआ है इंक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में, और यू कैन राइट इन डिक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर. So England, France, Holland, Spain. So alphabetically in increasing order, or you can write in decreasing order. Another guideline is include most of the words in the stem and keep options short. For example, ये example दिया हुआ है. In objective testing, the word objective refers to the method of identifying learning outcomes, refers to the method of presenting the problem, refers to the method of scoring the answer, refers to the method of selecting the best item. So आप देखिए इन ऑप्शन में, चारों ऑप्शन में refers to the method of ये वर्ड जो है कॉमन है. सो इनको हम स्टेम में ले जाते हैं. इन ऑब्जेक्टिव टेस्टिंग the word objective refers to the method of, और उसके बाद आंसर्स आ जाएंगे identifying learning outcome, presenting the problem, scoring the answer and selecting the best item. Use new material in STEM problem and attempt to measure application. So text to wording मत लीजिए और जो एग्जाम जो स्टेम में इंफॉर्मेशन जो दे रहे हो वो फ्रेश हो, लेटेस्ट हो, और एप्लीकेशन आप मेजर कर रहे हैं. अनदर गाइडलाइन इज द की ऑप्शन टू बी अनआर्गुएबली करेक्ट or considered free of clues. Ensure that one item in the test does not provide a clue to the answer for another item. Avoid grammatical clues like an example of a citrus fruit is an. तो an word जो है वो एक क्लू दे रहा है कि आपका जो आंसर है वो वोवल से स्टार्ट होने वाला है. एप्पल, बनाना, पियर, ऑरेंज. Arrange numeric options in ascending or descending order and other options alphabetically. सो इससे बच्चों को पढ़ने में आसानी होती है और आंसर ढूंढने में भी मदद मिलती है. एंड डिस्ट्रैक्टर्स मस्ट बी प्लॉजिबल, मस्ट बी अट्रैक्टिव. वो मैं पहले बता चुका हूं कि अगर बच्चा छोटी सी मिस्टेक भी करता है तो आंसर अवेलेबल है. सो प्लॉजिबिलिटी, ये ऑड मैन आउट नहीं होना चाहिए. अनदर गाइडलाइन इज, अब ये देखिए इसमें ग्रामेटिकली कंसिस्टेंसी नहीं है. एन इलेक्ट्रिकल ट्रांसफार्मर कैन बी यूज्ड, ऑप्शंस हैं, फॉर स्टोरिंग अप इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, टू इंक्रीज द वोल्टेज ऑफ एसी, इट कन्वर्ट्स इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी इनटू मैकेनिकल एनर्जी, एसी इज चेंज टू डीसी. तो मल्टीपल चॉइस आइटम्स के ऑप्शंस बनाना भी आर्ट है. तो हमें ग्रामेटिकली कंसिस्टेंसी देखनी है कि वो ग्रामेटिकली करेक्ट है. अब इसी को हमने क्वेश्चन को ठीक किया. कैसे किया? एन इलेक्ट्रिकल ट्रांसफार्मर कैन बी यूज्ड टू store up electricity, increase the voltage of AC, convert electrical energy into mechanical energy, change AC to DC. Now जो STEM है और जो options हैं उनमें consistency है. Another guideline is avoid the use of responses that overlap, making more than one alternative factually correct. For example, how many presidents of the US have died by assassination? Fewer than 5. B है fewer than 7. अब fewer than 7 में A included है. इस तरह more than 7 में more than 10 आता है. ओके, सो ये दो आंसर जो है वो. अवॉइड ए डेफिनेट रिस्पॉन्स पैटर्न. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आपने 10 क्वेश्चन मल्टीपल चॉइस दिए, पहले का A आंसर है, दूसरे का B, तीसरे का C, चौथे का D. तो बच्चा जो है वो सोचेगा कि ऑल द आंसर्स आर अरेंज्ड इन दिस पैटर्न ओनली, ए बी सी सी डी ऐसे. सो ये जो है रेंडमली जो है हो. एंड वर्डिंग ऑफ द आइटम शुड नॉट फॉलो एनी फैमिलियर टेक्स्ट बुक वोकेबुलरी वर्ड्स. द आइटम मस्ट बी कंसाइज, अनएम्बिगुअस, अवॉइडिंग नेगेटिव. अगर नेगेटिव देना है तो उसको अंडरलाइन कीजिए, हाईलाइट कीजिए. जैसे मैंने लिखा है, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज नॉट टू बी कैपिटलाइज्ड, not to be underlined, a major characteristics of team teaching. Avoid using specific determiners. All of the above, none of the above, both A and B, neither A nor B. क्योंकि अगर आपके पास ऑप्शंस नहीं अवेलेबल तो ऐसा क्वेश्चन मत कंस्ट्रक्ट कीजिए. क्वेश्चन वही कंस्ट्रक्ट कीजिए जिसके आपके पास डेफिनेट आंसर्स हैं. Avoid repetition of words in the options. ये आपको क्लू देता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, thermionic emission is the process by which आंसर्स हैं, the positive plate attracts electrons, a cathode is heated, AC is changed to DC, a material emits electron as a result of being a heater. और यही आंसर करेक्ट है. और ये जो emission ऊपर है, इधर नीचे emit दिया हुआ है. सो ये एक हिंट उसको दे रहा है. Punctuate the options correctly. क्वेश्चन फॉर्म में है तो एंड में क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए, सेंटेंस फॉर्म में है तो एंड में फुल स्टॉप होना चाहिए, और कंप्लीशन टाइप है तो एंड में ब्लैंक होना चाहिए. सो एडवांटेजेस हैं, ऑब्जेक्टिव स्कोरिंग है, यू कैन मेजर वेरी टाइप ऑफ लर्निंग एबिलिटीज राइट फ्रॉम रिमेंबरिंग टिल क्रिएशन. Guessing is minimum because 4 options are given. Limitations हैं, difficult to construct because कई बार हमें options नहीं मिलते 4, and requires more time. Okay, so this is all about multiple choice questions. Now friends, now it is going to be 11 o'clock, and before going for tea break, you will have one exercise जो आप 11:30 से 1 बजे करेंगे, जिसमें एक तो मिसेस अमनदीप कौर ने रूब्रिक्स की असाइनमेंट कल आपको इवनिंग में दी थी, तो आपने वो रूब्रिक्स डिजाइन करने हैं, और मैं आपको जो टास्क दे रहा हूं, जो अभी आपने 11:30 से 1 करना है, वो है कि आपने ग्रुप्स में सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का ग्रुप, मैकेनिकल का, इलेक्ट्रिकल का, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, कंप्यूटर, ये डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स में जितने भी टीचर्स हैं ग्रुप्स में बैठेंगे, फिजिक्स वाले फिजिक्स के साथ, केमिस्ट्री वाले केमिस्ट्री के साथ, एंड सो ऑन, and all of you will write 2 short answer type item, 2 restricted response essay question, 2 extended response essay question, 2 fill in the blanks question, and 2 multiple choice questions. So you are going to prepare 10 items, 2 items for short answer, 2 items for completion type, 2 items for restricted response question, 2 items for extended response question, and 2 items for multiple choice category. So हम 2 बजे मिलेंगे, तब प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे। तो सबसे पहले 2 से 3 रूब्रिक्स जो डिजाइन आपने किए हैं उनके ऊपर प्रेजेंटेशन होगी, और हमारी टीम जो है आपको फीडबैक देगी, और 3 से 4 ये जो शॉर्ट आंसर, ऐसे टाइप और मल्टीपल चॉइस आइटम की प्रेजेंटेशन होगी, जिसमें मैं आपको और मेरी जो टीम होगी वो आपको फीडबैक देगी। तो इससे पहले कि हम टी ब्रेक करें, इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेरी, एनी क्वेश्चन, यू आर वेलकम। यस, इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेरी। हाँ जी, GSS Noida, if you have any query, you can ask. हाँ जी, हाँ जी, 2 questions each for short answer, completion type, completion means filling the time types, then 2 questions for restricted response question, 2 questions for extended response question, and 2 questions for multiple choice. So 10 questions you have to prepare from your आप अपने डिसिप्लिन में से लीजिए जो आप सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा रहे हैं। आपकी आवाज नहीं समझ आ रही कि आप क्या कह रहे हैं। लॉन्ग आंसर, देखिए जो ऐसे क्वेश्चंस है लॉन्ग आंसर क्वेश्चंस आपने वो बनाने हैं, साथ में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ मार्क्स भी देना है। यस, समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या। हेलो हेलो मैम, आपकी जो साउंड है वो आ रही है, लेकिन क्लियर नहीं है कि आप क्या कह रहे हैं। आप एक्सटर्नल स्पीकर से मत बोलिए। मैं दोबारा टास्क को रिपीट करता हूं। ऑल ऑफ यू विल सिट इन द ग्रुप्स, सिविल इंजीनियरिंग, मैकेनिकल, इलेक्ट्रिकल अपने अपने ग्रुप में बैठेंगे, एंड ऑल ऑफ यू विल प्रिपेयर 10 आइटम्स, यानी ग्रुप में, यानी जैसे मान लीजिए सिविल इंजीनियरिंग के 4 टीचर बैठे हुए हैं, दे विल राइट ओनली 10 आइटम्स, 2 आइटम्स फॉर short answer category, 2 item for fill in the blanks, 2 item for restricted response essay question, 2 item for extended response essay question, and 2 item for multiple choice. हाँ जी, बोलिए।
एक्सटेंडेड क्वेश्चंस में,
हाँ जी,
एक्सटेंडेड टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस में लॉन्ग वगैरह
हेलो
आप अपने डिसिप्लिन में से 10 क्वेश्चन बनाएंगे, 2 क्वेश्चन शॉर्ट टाइप कैटेगरी के, 2 क्वेश्चन जो है वो फिल इन द ब्लैंक्स कैटेगरी के, ऐसे करके 10 क्वेश्चन बनाने हैं आपने।
बाइक का
ठीक है, तो
हेलो
अभी
हेलो
हाँ जी बोलिए।
हेलो
हाँ जी बोलिए।
रिस्ट्रिक्टेड और एक्सटेंडेड टाइप में क्या फर्क है?
हाँ जी,
रिस्ट्रिक्टेड और एक्सटेंडेड टाइप क्वेश्चन में क्या फर्क है?
हाँ मैं वो बताता हूँ। रिस्ट्रिक्टेड में जब आप स्कोप ऑफ द टॉपिक एंड नेचर ऑफ रिस्पॉन्स वो आप स्पेसिफाई करते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैंने बोला डिस्क्राइब ईच ऑफ 3 न्यूटन लॉज ऑफ मोशन विद वन एग्जाम्पल, तो ये
Right.
रिस्ट्रिक्टेड रिस्पॉन्स क्वेश्चन हो गया।
हाँ जी।
और एक्सटेंडेड क्वेश्चन होता है जैसे आपने लिखा एक्सप्लेन हाउ पॉवर्टी कैन बी रिमूव फ्रॉम इंडिया, so this is highly global, there is no limitation on the answer।
अच्छा
ठीक है, ये
राइट, थैंक यू
हेलो
हाँ जी बोलिए।
हेलो हेलो। हाँ सर, एक आपने चॉइस के बारे में बोला था कि
हाँ जी बोलिए।
हेलो
हाँ
यस
जी
सर
बोलिए।
सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर दिस इज पालकी फ्रॉम सीबीसी नांद्रा
हाँ जी।
sir I have a query regarding the Rubik's task
हाँ जी,
whether we have to give it oral presentation or we have to give it in some PowerPoint form
देखिए you have got 1.5 hour with you, that is from 11:30 to 1। So
okay
if you will prepare PowerPoint presentation, everybody will be able to see what you have written, or you can
okay
draw, you can write on the whiteboard, because when you are
okay
speaking orally, then
okay
people will not be able to know the exact wording of the question. So
yeah,
in case
okay
of rubrics as well in case of test item, I will request everybody to write on the whiteboard or to prepare a PowerPoint,
fine sir
because वो
fine
better रहेगा।
हेलो
thank you
हाँ जी,
हेलो। हाँ सर, नमस्कार।
नमस्कार जी।
सर, आपने बोला था कि क्वेश्चन पेपर जब हम सेट करते हैं तो वी शुड नॉट गिव द एक्सटर्नल चॉइस, वी कैन गिव 25% इंटरनल चॉइस
हाँ
इंस्टेड
जी,
ऑफ दैट।
हाँ जी।
तो हाउ दैट 25% इंटरनल चॉइस कैन बी गिवन?
देखिए वो आप मार्क्स जो है वो आप से मान लीजिए आपके हर एक क्वेश्चन में यानी 5 क्वेश्चन है, और हर एक क्वेश्चन में आपने 3 पार्ट बनाए या 4 पार्ट बनाए, तो एक किसी एक पार्ट में आप और कर दीजिए, वो इंटरनल चॉइस होगी। जैसे आपने लिखा एक्सप्लेन द वर्किंग प्रिंसिपल ऑफ कार्बोरेटर और कूलिंग सिस्टम ऑफ एन आईसी इंजन, तो ये इंटरनल चॉइस होगी। ठीक है ना?
Okay, you mean means internal parts of a question.
हाँ जी, या ए या बी, ए पार्ट में और दे दीजिए, बी पार्ट में और दे दीजिए, या क्वेश्चन के अंदर आप और दे दीजिए।
Okay, okay, okay. Clear, sir. Clear. Thank you.
ओके
वो तो
okay, then if there is no more question, so we will break for tea, and after tea, that is from 11:30 to 1 o'clock, you will prepare the items and rubrics. This is a group task, and at 2 we will again assemble here, and we'll have the presentation from your side, and Knitter will provide you feedback. So till then, uh, thank you very much. So we meet at 2 o'clock after the lunch. Thank you very much.
दूसरी बात यार पेइंग फॉर इंस्टीट्यूशन कैंडिडेट को पे भी कर रहा है तो चाय पानी का भी दे रहा है अच्छा है क्या देते तो नहीं बोला
अब तक
इसमें तो यहाँ पर नहीं आती है।
नहीं जी आएगी
कहाँ आएगी?
लंच में आएगी तो क्या फायदा?
कब आई थी?
अभी भी आएगी सबने कहा कि एक बार जब हमारे पास पैसा आ जाएगा तो हम सबको चाय वाय पिलाएंगे बस बस
अथॉरिटी का पैसा आएगा, हम लिटरली ठीक की बात कर रहे हैं।
हाँ
अभी आए नहीं ना।
मेरे बच्चे ने जब उनको खिला दिया तो हम कह रहे हैं वो आएंगी अभी ये क्यों ऐसे खरीद बोल रहा है
कैमरा पर
अपनी फोटो भी देख लिया होगा मैं कैसा दिख रहा हूँ
नहीं ये बात सही है जाने सुना जी हाँ हाफ वाली ट्रेनिंग है ना
लंच ब्रेक है।
एक मिनट म्यूट माइक्रोफोन ये तो
सर अपने ET1 पे आके करना है
अपन ईटी ये तो अपन आ गए
कर दिया माइक ऑन? इसमें चेक कर लिया तो नहीं? May I request all the centers connected with us, kindly join the program so that we can start up with our next session, that is task on rubric and task on test item. Can I request the local coordinator from JSS Noida? Ma'am, this particular session is the discussion on the task on rubric. After that, we will discuss the task on test item. For rubric, can you please provide me the name of the faculty member who are going to discuss us with the rubric on project work?
What is working hours, Saksena?
You're not at all audible, ma'am.
What is working hours, Saksena?
Ma'am, can you please switch off your external mic?
Hello?
Hello, yes, ma'am, you are audible.
The participant is Overshi Rahul Saksena. Second, Neeraj Pandey.
Neeraj Pandey.
Third is Dr. Richa Sharma.
Dr.
Richa Sharma.
Richa Sharma.
Dr. Richa Verma. Dr. Deepa Tyagi. I think ma'am it's okay.
Yes,
Number of participants are sufficient, I think.
absolutely fine, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
HCTM Catherine. ये HCTM ही है जो स्क्रीन शेयर हो रही है हमारे साथ. हम यहाँ पे भी हैं, SCT में आए. द्रोणाचार्य ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस, नोएडा.
Hello. Good
Hello,
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, can you please share us the name who are going to give presentation on the topic rubric for project work?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, first is Professor T. Boti Chandra.
Okay, ma'am. Next.
Second, Mr. Brijesh Verma.
Brijesh Verma.
Next, Mr. Gaurav Siwal. Fourth, Mr. Anurag Sharma. Fifth, Mr. Saurabh Gupta.
Saurav Gupta. Thank you very much, ma'am. Dronacharya Group of Institution, Gurgaon.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Can you please share the name with us?
Yes, madam. Myself, Dr. R.C. Sharma,
R.C. Sharma. Yes, sir.
professor, and my team will present this project on lubricant.
Thank you very much, sir. Ansal Institute of Technology and Management, Lucknow. Ansal Institute of Technology and Management, Lucknow. CGC Landra.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Can you please share us the name of the participant who are going to give presentation on the topic of rubrics on project work?
Yes, ma'am. From engineering department, it is Dr. Mohit.
Dr. Malik.
Mohit, M-O-H-I-T, Dr. Mohit.
Dr. Mohit.
From biotechnology, Mr. Vivek. From pharmacy, Mrs. Preeti. And from hotel management, Miss Guneet. Guneet.
Hotel management. Guneet.
Guneet.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
And ma'am, for the question papers you don't require right now.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. RC Polytechnic, Jaipur. RC Polytechnic, Jaipur.
हाँ जी मैकेनिकल से
अभी टाइम लगेगा, कर लो।
मैकेनिकल से तो आप हो ना सर? और हमारे जयपुर से हैं, ऐसे स्पीकर है मेरे पास। अच्छा थोड़ा मैं क्या
सर करिए सर प्लीज, अभी हो जाएगी तैयार, ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा।
पूछिए आप म्यूट नहीं हो। इलेक्ट्रिकल
RC Polytechnic, Jaipur.
Yes, ma'am.
So is the group is ready for the presentation on rubrics for project work?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please share the name with us?
Mr. G.D. Mehra, mechanical production. He will present you.
From mechanical production.
Right
B.
now.
Mehra.
G.D. Mehra. Mr. Ghanshyam Dutt Mehra.
Okay,
Lecturer.
fine. Thank you, sir.
एक तो करो।
HCTM Cathel.
कोई बात
नहीं ना कनेक्टेड है।
फिजिक्स वाला बोलो ना यार आप। फिजिक्स वाले।
HCTM Cathel.
मैथमेटिक्स वाले।
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, can you please share the name with us who are going to give presentation on the topic rubrics?
Dr. Rekha Gupta.
Doctor?
Rekha Gupta.
Thank you very much. Now all the participants from the various centers, we are going to start our discussion on the topic rubrics for the project work. I'm going to start with the center JSS Noida and request all the center to join for the discussion of rubric that is prepared by the various participants. Your valuable information and valuable addition in the session will improve the strategy for the designing and development of the rubric. Now over to JSS Noida. Yes, yes, Noida ma'am. Are you guys ready with the presentation?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I just want to inquire that you want to see the rubrics we have prepared, or you just
Yes.
want to give us the rubrics?
Ma'am, this session is particularly the discussion for the rubric for the project work.
Okay, so we just have to verbally explain without, sharing the screen.
Ma'am,
Hello?
it will be good if you share your screen with us so that it's visible for all the centers.
Okay, ma'am, just please require, 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, fine, ma'am. No problem.
Okay, ma'am, thank you so much.
Dronacharya Group of Institution, Noida.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we have to do right now? Ma'am, what is the task right now?
Presentation for the rubric for project work.
Yes, ma'am.
The participant have to present the rubric for the project work.
Okay, sir. Ma'am, our first team will be presenting it.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Do we have to present it orally, or do we have to share the screen to you?
Either way, ma'am, whatever is convenient for you right now.
Okay, ma'am.
अगर आप स्क्रीन शेयर करना चाहते हैं तो जिस लैपटॉप पे या फिर कंप्यूटर पे आप हैंगआउट से हमारे साथ कनेक्टेड हैं उस पे प्रेजेंटेशन कॉपी कर दीजिए पहले, देन क्लिक ऑन द स्क्रीन शेयर ऑप्शन ऑन हैंगआउट्स ऑन द लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ द स्क्रीन.
Okay, sir. We'll do that.
उसमें फुल स्क्रीन शेयर कर दीजिए.
Okay, sir.
देन प्रेजेंट इट.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, what is the schedule of presentation?
Schedule of presentation means?
At what time and?
You are from which institute, ma'am? HCTM Capital?
Yeah, madam.
Ma'am, this particular session is only for the presentation on rubric and test item. We started the session with the presentation on rubrics right now.
This session, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Are you guys prepared with your presentation?
No, not right now, ma'am. I was not aware that this will be held at this time. I was aware that it will be held on Thursday.
No,
So-
ma'am. Timetable might be with you, na?
Okay, okay, ma'am. I'll see. I'll check it. And
So it's okay, ma'am. Be the part of the presentation given by the another centers.
fine, ma'am.
Add your valuable suggestion to their presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. अभी चल रहा है तो
Dronacharya Group of Institution, Noida.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So shall I start the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam, it's visible for sharing the presentation. Okay. As per our rubrics for final project evaluation topics, we are
Yes.
going to divide it for 35 marks. The first 5 marks is contained for presentation skill. The second for group work, that is its content for 5 marks. The next will come for social impact. Then knowledge skill for 5 marks. Then last for innovation is a 5 mark.
Knowledge skill 5 marks then.
Just a minute.
After, sir, knowledge and skill.
After the knowledge skill, design and analysis for 5 marks.
Design and analysis for 5 marks only.
Yeah.
Okay.
The finally it's come for project report, its content 5 marks. The totally we are going to allocate for 35 marks. So as per the presentation skill, again we are going to making the 5 classifications as per the 5 classes. The class 1, 2, 3, depending upon mark we are going to allocate it. As for the first, if we are going to explanatory for 5 marks, the presentation skills, come back. The presentation skill looks the professional and very impressive and well prepared slides. As per the group of teams, how much you are going to involving all the manners in terms of very impressive. It will be contained for 5 marks. If you are going to fourth classification in terms of 4 mark it contains organized and consistent or good communication skill and slide prepare for satisfactory manner. It will be contained for 4 marks. If you go into the class number 3, if you are going to allot 3 marks, uses for headings, the sectional labels, normal and some formatting, the communication is satisfactory level. If you are going to this classification under, we are going to allocate for 3 marks. If you are going to come to the classification number 2, the text broken into the paragraphs and non-effective presentations. Maybe some the slides are not frequently matching. Maybe the sequential is not going to consequently.
Logical structure is not there in the presentation.
Yeah, that finally it is a incomplete. It will be layout has no structures and unorganized manner. That is, it will be also contained for poor communication. It will be least category. We are going to allot it for 1 marks. That is the presentation skill. We are going to giving the level of classification. We are going to allocate marks. Next group will come for group works. As per the 5 category, if you are going to allot 5 mark, the consistent work towards the group goals, the sensitivity of feelings, other than the value all members. If you are going to how much you are going to interact in the group, either your teams, how much you are going to very well managed for things. Encourage a group action with the changes. Wherever you are going to action any questions or any things, how much you are going to react with the positive manner. If you are giving these classes, we are going to go allocate for 5 marks. Then next will come for the classification number 4. The works towards the group goals and contributes. How much you are going to contribute for the work. Sensitive to feelings to others. Help identify needed to change for actions. If you are anything, how much interact the group manner. If you are any questions or any relevant things, how much you are going to helping identify needs to changes the action immediately, then it will allocate it for 4 marks. Then we'll move to the class number 3. Usually work towards the group of goals and contributes. Usually sensitive to the feeling of others. It will be again for the manageable, but we are going to allot it for 3 marks. If we are moving to the class number 2, sometimes the work towards the group goals and contributes, not often the sensitive to the feeling of others. That means it is a mismanagement. If you are going to involvement the group activity, then we come for the class number 2. Then again for last, they never work towards the group goals or contributes. Is not a sensitive to the feeling of others. That means they are mismanaging of the group. That will be finally we are going to least mark. We are going to allot it for 1 mark. Then we will come major classification of the social impact. Whatever they are going to working for any project, how much will be beneficial for the society. That will be reflection of the development process of the project as directly linked to the social benefits. If we are going to directly impact to the social, relevant to the things, they can allocate it for 5 marks. The second category, if we are going to not directly involvement of social benefit, but clearly, consciously and the basically good projects, but still has some drawback and easy to implement for the society. That means some barriers should be eliminated. That will be, we are going to allocate for 4 marks. The next third category, easy to understand and after a few correction, ready for use in the society. If we are going to involvement of this classification, we are going to allocate it for 3 marks. Then next we'll move to the, if we are going to 2 marks category, the difficult to understand any society beneficial point from the project. Maybe they have some complicated project, maybe they are immediately not implement, then it will be under the category of number 2 marks. The last mark, there is a no social impact for the project. Maybe there are some innovation or something directly, maybe the major components will be involvement. That's why we are going to giving in the, finally we are going to allocate the least mark. Then we will come for knowledge sharing and skills. If you are going to doing the group of peoples, the best of the skill and knowledge has been utilized from the completing the project work. How much we are going to reactive manner in terms of involvement of your presence, and you are going to feature how you are going to helping the skill, then we are going to allocate it for 5 marks. If you are going to move the next category, the skill used are accurate, but the knowledge of the purpose of the project is somewhat impressive. Then you are, this kind of classes will come, we are going to allocate for 4 marks. The next will come for knowledge main idea for the project more or less clear. We are going to giving allocate for 3 marks. Then same manner we are going to purpose of the project, we are going to allocate for 2 marks. The last, the knowledge is not incomplete or some correct manners. Then we are going to giving in the least mark, we are going to allocating 1 marks. Then finally will come for innovations as per the group of things. How much you are going to innovation idea will be blinking into the project as per the present situation, as per the modern globalization manner. That's a project based on the unique idea and complete new innovation. Then if you are going to any kind of the modern things will be exposed, we are going to allocate for 5 marks. Next will come how much you are going to moderate manner. It will going to come for not much innovative, we are going to giving for 4 marks. The next we will move to the little reflection of innovation, and project is some modification of already existing idea. How much you are going to involvement, we are going to allocate for 3 marks. The same manner we are going to, based on outcomes, some past research work, we are going to only for literature survey that something implemented, we are going to allocate for 2 marks. Finally, we are going to allocate 1 mark for already somebody carried out the project, but it will be some common technology we are going to use. We are going to using in the allocate for 1 marks. The other major classification, design and analysis. If any kind of projects, how much you are going to design manner or specification manner will be reflected to the current innovation field. The design factor considered, we are going to allocate it for 5 marks. Somewhat moderate, we are going to parameter and design only consider, we are going to allocate 4 marks. In between something missing the data, some only for we are considered parameter or some analyzing project, we are going to allocate for 3 marks. As a noticeable missing factors, some design factor or some other parameter missing, even though the calculation is, they are manageable, but we are going to allocate it for 2 marks. The least, the another design or analysis incomplete, maybe you are going to exact dimension, we are not going to make up for things. The design analysis, we are going to allocate it for least mark for 1 mark. The finally, if you are any kind of project, the finally the conclusion as per the report, we can say the complete of the desired format, as per the format, as per the everything proper desired
given by the
factors.
institute.
That will become for 5 marks. It will be something missing for reference, some other things, we are going to giving allocated for 4 marks. After that, if your report is something good, but there are some mistakes or spacing, front, lining, alignment, then we are going to giving for 3 marks. As per the noticeable mistake, something will be reconsideration, we are going to giving for 2 marks. The finally, if the report is not good manner, the finally we are going to giving for allocation of the 5 marks. These are the our presentation as per the rubric.
Rubric for the, how many times, sir, in your institute you are going to evaluate the project work of the student? How many evaluations are there for the project work? Only a single at the end of the semester?
No, one is evaluation is to be done in the 7th semester, and in the final semester we do the evaluation in 2 times.
Means there are.
That is the rubric, but that is the rubric for final evaluations.
Means there must be 2 rubrics for a project work.
Yeah.
And so when you said group work for 5 marks, who will decide the evaluation for the group work? Is the student are going to give the feedback regarding their group? or there are some other parameter by which you are going to know that the group of students are not working efficiently, or
Okay.
maybe some of the students are working efficiently and others are not?
Yes, ma'am. Mentor discuss and talk to the individual members and take the feedback from the all the members, and then on the basis of that he take the decision. What's a performance of what's a impression of students to the other members. On the basis of that, he decides what marks to be given, or what is the way how it will work in the group. On the basis of that, he decides what marks to be given.
And when you decided social impact for the 5 marks,
Yeah.
don't you think so there are another parameter related to the project work also that are included in this rubric sheet? For example, is the project financially viable?
That we can consider here.
Social impact is more important than the financial viability, or we can say economical viability of the project. That's why you are included only that social impact of the project.
No, financial and economical that we are not considered right now, but we can consider for the final evaluations.
So this rubric sheet is for your first evaluation for the project work.
This is for the final one, ma'am. When we go for incubation purpose of this particular project, then we will be considering economical viability at the latter stage. This is just the model building, and we are not considering economic viability at this stage.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Any other center who would like to add something to this presentation?
Welcome.
Now we move to CGC Landra.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Mohit will present. He's from Engineering Department, Electronics Engineering.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
लंडन आपके ना जो माइक इनपुट है उसको थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम कम कर लीजिए, माइक इनपुट की वॉल्यूम। इंटरनल नहीं, कंप्यूटर है, कंप्यूटर है, ऑन कर देना, कोई नहीं।
हेलो,
माइक का वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा इनपुट कम कर लेंगे, थोड़ी सी।
हेलो, हेलो, हेलो।
Hello. So you can start with the presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. Is it visible to me?
Yes.
Okay. So can I start from the last slide only, that rubrics? Or we'll start to discuss all the things? Okay. Okay, ma'am. Hello, good afternoon to all of you. These are the basically rubrics for the project evaluation. Basically, these rubrics are the final evaluation. In our syllabus, there are that evaluation is 3 times: 2 midterm evaluation and 1 is the final evaluation. So that is the rubrics for the final evaluation. And before that, in midterm evaluation, we have started first with that team formation. So in that first, we'll just check out that how the students that make the team. So for that one, we start that assessment. If that basically that all the projects are basically depends on that hardware, software, then report, presentation skills. So all these things are required. So first we'll check that how the students form their team. So for that one, we'll assess the thing that if the student, if their team, if the member has that have that skills for hardware, if students are there that have the skills of software, any student that can able to make that presentation, and the student that can prepare the reports. So if all these four combination are there, then for that one will provide that it is in excellent. If there is lack of any type of hardware knowledge or software knowledge, then we'll say it is fall in good category. And if there is a lack of hardware, software, and similarly that there is no presentation skill, then we can say it is acceptable. And if there is that team formation is in such a way that only that you can say friends members they are that make a team, and in all the case they have a lack of hardware, software, or presentation skills, or you can say that report writing, then we can say that teams are non acceptable. So for that one, first evaluation we'll just that convey the matter to students that they will decide their team and form their team accordingly. And for the second step is that the selection of that topic. So for that one we'll select that how they will select their topic. For the selection of topic, we'll start that is they defined their objective. If they have defined their objective with the gaps for any reference paper, then we'll say the okay, these topics are acceptable. And if they are just write down any type of that objective, maybe that objective are not they could not be achieved that objective, then we can say it is good, or you can say not acceptable. So accordingly we'll decide that how they decide their objectives. So in first evaluation we'll check their team formation, objectives, and regardingly we'll try to we'll just say to submit their synopsis report. So if they are submitting the synopsis report, then accordingly we'll set that how they assess how the assessment of these students. In second midterm evaluation, that will check after that when they have done their literature survey, they have selected their circuitry and component. So after that, we'll just choose that second midterm evaluation. So in second midterm evaluation, if they had formed the team, they have selected their circuit diagram, they have selected their they have done their literature, and they have decided that how do they perform their circuitry, how they fulfill their objectives. So in that case, we'll evaluate the second midterm evaluation. And after that finally we'll that assess their that presentation skills and all the project report with the help of that final assessment. And that is in basically we are divided it into 4 or 5 groups. So first one is that teamwork. So teamwork total assessment evaluation, internal evaluation, it is for 100 marks. So for teamwork we'll start that 30 marks. So if all the students work together, then we'll provide that 30 marks. And for this one, we'll start assessing in this direction that if hardware part is there, then the student which student is the leader for the hardware, and how will he that give their knowledge, how will he share their knowledge to all the other members of their team. So similar manner, hardware, software, then presentation, how they have prepared their presentation, how they have writing their report. Accordingly, we'll decide that they have excellent, good, acceptable, or non-acceptable. Then after that, the second one is that subject knowledge. Subject knowledge, we have decided it for 20 marks. So 20 marks in case of that, we are just focusing on their project related, how they have knowledge in that hardware part, how they are able to that write a algorithm, or they are, if there is any coding is there, then how efficient he has write the code, and all the working experience. So if the project is working, he has the knowledge of the working, he has that team has that knowledge of hardware, software, then we are saying that it is excellent. Similar manner, if they have not able to, if suppose there is a lack of hardware knowledge or software knowledge, then we are telling okay that we are assessed it is in a good. And similar manner, if there is a lacking of hardware, software, and other things, then it is acceptable. And if project is not working and you are not able to that we are not able to that share their knowledge how the project is working, what is the objective, and all the things, then we are telling that if that project is not acceptable. Then the next category is supporting material. Supporting material is basically that report, synopsis, and related reference papers, and if he has presented their papers, published their papers in any conference or journals are there. If all the things is in proper manner, in proper format, that we have a format and we are providing a format to all the students, if it is in all in that format and all the things are prepared, they are present, then we are telling that it is an excellent. If there is a lack of reference, lack of paper, and that supporting documents, then we are telling that it is a good. If we are telling that if there is missing of incomplete report, or it is in not proper format, reference is missing, and they are not presenting their paper or published thesis, then it is unacceptable. And in case of non-acceptable, if that report is incomplete, or it is it is in it is written is in the rough manner, then you can say that it is non-acceptable. And then finally we will that presentation skills. So for presentation skills, we are focusing, we are giving it 30 marks. And for presentation skills, if they have well organized their reports, and all the members have the knowledge of all the parts of that one, and the team members are presenting their report one by one. It means all the members have all the members are able to present their project work. Then we are telling that it is an excellent. If they have organized, but not all the members have the knowledge of their project, it means few students, they have just joined and they didn't work there, so they didn't have any knowledge. So we are telling that there is presentation skill in good. And if they have prepared, but they have presented not well, then we are going to say it is acceptable. And if they are not able to present, and even not able to that explain the working of the project, then we are saying it is non-acceptable. Okay, ma'am. So this
That
is
is
the
dimension number second and dimension number third. That is the subject knowledge and the supporting material.
Yeah.
Don't you think so? The rubric is overlapping the content. And in row 3, third number, supporting material and presentation. When you said report is complete, mean the presentation in terms of report is complete?
ma'am, here report and presentation both are different. So in case
You are
means
counting presentations, just the oral presentation given by the student at the end of the project work.
yeah.
But when you use the heading presentation, it will involve all kind of communication strategies: reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
Yeah, basically writing comes in supporting materials, and the presentation, it is basically involves from the supporting materials which part they have taken and how they have managed in the presentation, in the PPT. So that comes under presentation, and how they have communicate in front of the teachers and in front of their friends. So that is the presentation.
Any participant from the center would like to add something to this presentation? They have assigned 30 marks for the teamwork.
Hello.
And only 20 marks for the subject knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Any participant from any center?
Hello,
Yes, sir.
ma'am. I'm from Dronacharya Group of Institutions, Greater Noida. I have a question for the presenter
Yes, sir.
regarding distribution of marks. If you look at the rubric for project evaluation, teamwork and presentation are getting more weightage than subject knowledge and supporting literature. So, any specific reason for that?
That is my question too, sir.
Because a project is known for its innovativeness and social impact, hardware software part. Why more
The
weightage
project
to?
work is the overall impression of the technical as well as the soft skill learned by the student in the 4 year of his or her program. And why subject knowledge minimum marks is there?
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Chandra?
Hello.
Is it audible?
Yes,
Am
sir.
I
You
audible?
are.
Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
In my opinion, more weightage should be given to the literature survey and subject contents rather than the teamwork and presentation.
You are from which institute, sir?
SCTM Kathar.
HT. Thank you very much, sir. Over to CGC Landra. Sir, is there any specific reason for the division of the marks?
Because on the basis of the literature survey.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, from CVC London. Ma'am, basically we are just here. We are just giving a training to the students that whenever after completing their BTech degree, they have joined in any you can say any company or somewhere. So there they have basically assigned some project. So for any project, the main focus is that selection of the teamwork. And if the team is good, if they have selected a team, and in that team all the members have the capability, they can do all type of the things. Then they can easily complete the project timely. So for that one, the selection of the team and the teamwork is very important. So that's why we are given the 30 marks.
Over to Dronacharya Group of Institutions.
Ma'am, I am not convinced. And one more question: is this rubric for primary evaluation or final evaluation?
This rubric is for final evaluation.
Okay, thank you.
No, RC College Jaipur.
Ma'am, we need for 5 minutes. Next 5 minutes, ma'am. Is it audible? नहीं वैसे नहीं आएगा।
और बढ़िया कौन सा
तो फिर पेज रख के कर लो ना
नहीं वेट क्यों करा
मैम।
वेट मत करा ऑन करा था डिस्प्ले क्लोज व्यू
मैम
हेलो
हेलो हेलो
खेतान से खेतान जयपुर राजस्थान हेलो
So you can start your presentation.
ओके मैम मैम माई सेल्फ GD मेहरा रिप्रेजेंटिंग खेतान ग्रुप फ्रॉम मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग and in my team member there are around 15 candidates are there, although other members contribution is also there from other engineering sides, and the topic which we cover and consider is evaluation of flexi मीन्स फ्लेक्सी जो बैनर्स होते हैं उसका हमने पैरामीटर डिजाइन किया है, उसके हमने कुछ बिंदु लिए वो बाय द वे तैयार किया है, सॉफ्ट कॉपी प्रिपरेशन के अंदर है, वो जैसे ही हो जाएगी हम पेश कर देंगे।
So you can present orally.
ओके थैंक यू। सो हमने इसमें जो डिजाइन किया है उसमें पैरामीटर्स डिजाइन किए हैं, क्राइटेरिया फॉर सिलेक्शन 1, 2, 3 एंड 4 उसको वेटेज दिया है। पहला पैरामीटर कंसीडर किया है हमने डिस्प्ले। अगर हम डिस्प्ले को देखें तो डिस्प्ले के 4 बिंदु हैं जिसमें ऑल पार्ट्स आर नॉट क्लियरली लेबल्ड, अगर इस कैटेगरी में आता है तो उसको वेटेज 1 होगा। सेकंड में देखें सम पार्ट्स आर clearly labeled means the candidate will goes to weighted, and if many parts are labeled and clearly means 3 marks, or in other words 3-point value, and all parts are clearly labeled means weightage is 4 point, and the value is accordingly decided individual student or individual project report which is comes from various parts of the okay. In the same manner we consider second point, that is the mechanics and spellings. If we see the mechanics and spelling of the parts, mechanics and spellings को अगर हम देखें तो इसको भी हमने सेम पैरामीटर पे 4 पॉइंट वेटेड किया इक्वल 1, 2 and 3। पहला if there are many mistakes means the candidate will awarded only 1 number, and the second is several mistakes 2, if mistakes are more mistakes are minor then the 3 parts will awarded, and then fourth is no mistake means the mechanics and spellings mistakes is like that, accordingly we will weighted. And similarly third point is designed is, you are getting my points madam?
Yes sir.
Okay, and other stations also I hope it is well clear, because the things is very simple. आपने जो पढ़ाया बहुत अच्छे तरीके से पढ़ाया, सो ऑल हमारे यहाँ खेतान के सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को बहुत बढ़िया शानदार क्लियर हो चुका है, इसलिए बड़े सभी लोगों ने ध्यान से तैयार कराया। तो ये सभी का कंट्रीब्यूशन है। एक शब्द की सीमा थी कि मैंने कुछ लोगों का नाम गिनाए, अदरवाइज वी आर 75 अराउंड मेंबर्स आर देयर। कम टू द प्रेजेंटेशन, नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज द लेआउट। हम लेआउट की बात करें तो इसमें फर्स्ट नॉट ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, इंफॉर्मेशन इज मिसिंग, तो 1 नंबर होगा। दूसरा सेकंड है ऑर्गेनाइज्ड मोस्ट कंपोनेंट्स आर नॉट कॉन्सिस्ट एंड पार्शियल इंफॉर्मेशन, 2 नंबर होंगे। 3 इंफॉर्मेशन कैन बी लोकेटेड, ऐसी स्थिति हो कि इंफॉर्मेशन को लोकेट किया, 3 नंबर। फोर्थ नंबर के लिए हम कहेंगे ऑल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, कंसिस्टेंसी इन कंपोनेंट्स, इजीली लोकेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन, अगर ये वहाँ है इसके अंदर तो मीन्स द क्वालिटी ऑफ इज वेरी गुड एंड 4 मार्क्स विल बी अवॉर्डेड। सो वैल्यू कॉलम में हम 4 असाइन करेंगे। नेक्स्ट पैरामीटर मैडम हमने डिजाइन किया कलर अपीयरेंस, क्योंकि एर्गोनॉमिक्स और एस्थेटिक नीड भी हमारी सोसाइटी में, जो सोशल इम्पैक्ट हमारा एक पैरामीटर भी है कि प्रोजेक्ट की जो हमारी सक्सेस है डिपेंड करती है कि उसका सोशल इम्पैक्ट कितना है। देयरफॉर द कलर अपीयरेंस, सो इफ अकॉर्डिंगली इट इज, आई विल नॉट टेक मोर टाइम, नॉट क्लियर एंड सो फास्ट, रैंडम एंड गुड सेकंड, रैंडम एंड स्पेसिफिक बेटर, स्पेसिफिक अप्रोच एंड बेस्ट, एंड एक्सीलेंट द नंबर विल बी गोज 4। नेक्स्ट इज द लाइफ साइकिल ऑल्सो, किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट की होती है तो हम विल टॉक अबाउट द लाइफ साइकिल ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट एंड देन लाइफ शुड बी अकॉर्डिंगली, राइट। सो इस तरीके से 3 मंथ 4 मंथ 5 मंथ 6 मंथ को हमने मैक्सिमम माना कि प्रोजेक्ट की लाइफ और कॉस्ट अगर उसका देखें तो उस हिसाब से ऑप्टिमाइज इसमें होना चाहिए। मैकेनिकल से मैं थोड़ा मेरे टीम मेंबर्स का भी मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा जिन्होंने इतनी अच्छी बढ़िया प्रिपरेशन करवाई और आप तक पहुंचाई और अन्य सेंटर्स पर पहुंच रही है। खेतान पॉलिटेक्निक ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को उनको धन्यवाद, धर्मेंद्र शर्मा जी, GD मेहरा, महिमा नागर, H अहमद, राकेश टीम इज देयर, राजीव यादव जो हमारे HOD मैकेनिकल हैं, संजय तिवारी जी जो हमारे, खैर लॉट ऑफ लिस्ट जिनका नाम रह गया माफ करें। अभी आपने जो प्रेजेंटेशन स्किल्स के कुछ पैरामीटर्स डिजाइन किए जब हम प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं उसी दौरान, इसी में ये मैंने बेसिक फीचर्स लिए हैं। मास्टर प्रोजेक्ट हमने अभी कंसिडर किया है, इसमें मेजरमेंट सिस्टम एनालिसिस एक सब्जेक्ट चलता है हमारे फाइनल ईयर में प्रोडक्शन इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट में। उसको हमने क्राइटेरिया, सिलेक्शन क्राइटेरिया और वेटेज दिया सिलेबस को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करके, जिसमें हमने कुछ नहीं किया। मैं क्लियर कर दूं, सिलेबस जो बीटीआर की साइट पे अवेलेबल है उसको हमने इक्वली वेटेज किया है और उसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया है। स्टूडेंट से हम क्या एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं वो हमने दिखाने का प्रयास किया है। स्टूडेंट को हमने इसी पैटर्न पे अलग अलग सीट बना के, चार्ट बना के दिखा दिया है कि भैया इसी तरीके से काम करके लाना, आपका एवेल्यूएशन इस पैटर्न पे होने वाला है। आपकी जो रूब्रिक है, इंस्ट्रक्शंस है, गाइडलाइंस है, वो हमने इस प्रकार से डिस्प्ले कर दिए हैं ऑलरेडी। स्टूडेंट उसमें फिर, जैसे हम केतान वाले या जयपुर स्टाफ के अधिकतर लोग जनरली यही अप्रोच रखते हैं, क्लास में हम स्टूडेंट्स को टास्क अलॉट कर देते हैं इन द वेरी बिगिनिंग ऑफ द ईयर और सेमेस्टर, एंड देन अकॉर्डिंग टू टाइम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड टाइम मैनेजमेंट कंसेप्ट एंड जो अवेलेबल रिसोर्सेज हैं वो भी शेयर कर देते हैं। और टीचर इज ऑलवेज, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम होते नहीं, टीचर इज ऑलवेज ऑप्टिमम इन द क्लासरूम्स एंड कवर these tips and guiding the students so that his project is become more and more effective and excellent.
Thank you very much sir for your valuable participation. Now we
मैडम
come.
थैंक यू। दो बात मैं कहना चाहूंगा इसके एडवांटेज और डिसएडवांटेज के बारे में। निश्चित रूप से वो आपने भी कही थी, मैं उन्हीं की पुनरावृत्ति करना चाहूंगा। नो डाउट इट इज पावर कंज्यूमिंग टाइम फ्रेम एक्टिविटी एंड बट इफ वी यूज दिस रूबिक स्टार कॉम्बिनेशन तो इंक्रीज स्टूडेंट्स अंडरस्टैंडिंग पावर इंक्रीज, प्रोजेक्ट लाइफ इज इंक्रीज और सोशल बेनिफिट्स गोज अल्टीमेट बेनिफिशरीज तक पहुंचता है। विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट। थैंक यू। केतान पॉलिटेक्निक की ओर से धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir. I request all the centers to kindly sum up the topic on presentation on rubric. When we are going to design rubric for the project work, the first rule for the designing of rubric for the task that contain more than one single activity, the dimension should not be more than 10. But
वहीं से प्रॉब्लम
compilation of the report comes under the presentation category and supportive material are the reference material. These parameters are come under the presentation scale. And for the project work, when you are dividing marks for the evaluation of the rubric, it start with the need of the project, then identification of the project, implementation phase of the project, social economical viability of the project, future scope, and then presentation part. All these parameters need to be considered while designing the rubric for the project work. Accordingly, the marks are distributed depending upon the differentiation of the higher performance level to the lower performance level of the student. Thank you very much. Now the session is on task for the test item.
Thank you, Amandeep ji. Now, the task must be ready. Okay.
Hello.
So, can we start with the short answer questions? So, first of all, JSS Noida. Huh? HCTM Cathal. Yes, HCTM Cathal.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Am I audible?
हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी.
Yeah, the short answer question example is the SCTM Cathal. I'm from Dr. Suri from SCTM Cathal.
Okay.
It's on Linux topic. I'm giving them two short answer questions. Differentiate between relative and absolute path names using appropriate examples. 3 marks. And second one is how
one more please differentiate between
relative and absolute path names.
So how many differences are there?
Hardly one or two.
No, one or two. Yeah, because you have to be very specific. So because
only there is one difference. That's why I am saying how do you differentiate the definition by using the appropriate examples?
With examples. Now, how many examples you are expecting from the students?
One example.
One. Why are you writing?
Write this suitable example.
You simply say give one difference between these two with one example. You can differentiate by giving
Okay.
only one difference, because you see, one student will write two differences, another student will write one difference, so then there will be a lot of problem in evaluation.
Right, sir. Thank you very much.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Another one is how PID, process identification number, are useful when you run processes in background under Linux operating system. How PID numbers are useful. That's the only very little how process identification number is useful.
नहीं, आपने बोला how this is useful, so can't you begin with the action verb that explain one application of this, because we are stressing upon to begin the question with action verb.
Right, sir.
So can you reframe this question?
Explain how PID numbers are useful when you run process in background.
So explain usefulness of this number in this. Okay, ऐसे कर दीजिए.
Explain PID, how PID number is useful when you run process in background under Linux operating system.
ठीक है जी. अच्छा, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. हाँ जी.
नेक्स्ट रिस्ट्रिक्टेड के ऊपर रिस्ट्रिक्टेड का ऊपर बताएं सर.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
क्या मल्टीपल चॉइस बताएं? मल्टीपल बताएं. मल्टीपल चॉइस देखिए.
Can you write the question statement on the board, because it will be useful for all the participants.
Board. But the question is like this: which of the following command is not a filter command? A option is mkdir, B option is cut, C option is paste, and C option is paste, and D is sort.
सर ऐसा है कि आपने क्वेश्चन अगर लिख देते हैं ना, तो हम रिएक्शन जो है वो और पार्टिसिपेंट से मांगेंगे कि भी उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है इस क्वेश्चन को देखने में.
I'll continue later.
I will then continue. Let me give other example, sir.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
उसके एक्सटेंड रिस्ट्रिक्टेड का बता दें सर.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Explain at least 3 operators provided by shell for string composition, file checking, for each of string composition, file checking, and logical operators. Is it okay, sir?
नहीं सर, वो देखिए क्वेश्चन में, क्योंकि जब आप जब रीड आउट करते हैं ना, तो उसमें इतना पता नहीं चलता कि भी क्वेश्चन की स्टेटमेंट है क्या. तो ये अगर आप लिख दें. हाँ जी, आप लिख दीजिए, उससे जो है दूसरे पार्टिसिपेंट्स आपको अपने कमेंट्स देंगे कि ये क्वेश्चन में कहाँ एम्बिग्युइटी है. क्योंकि जब मैं क्वेश्चन लिखता हूँ, मैं सोचता हूँ कि मैंने ठीक लिखा है.
राइट. हाँ, इसको शेयर कर. हाँ.
You continue with other parts.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
I will
Join you later.
Join you back, sir.
So please request another participant.
Can I write it in the whiteboard?
हाँ जी, whiteboard. हाँ जी, हाँ जी, लिख दीजिए.
लिख दीजिए. एक मिनट देखते हैं विजिबल है कि नहीं. Which of the following command?
देखना अपना शो करके आ रहा है.
देखना शो करके.
उसको थोड़ा नीचे कर.
देखिए सर, आ रहा है क्या?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, ठीक है जी.
Which of the following is not a filter command? दिखाई दे रहा है सर आपको?
ये बिल्कुल ठीक आ रहा है. बिल्कुल ठीक है.
हाँ जी. ठीक है
आपको दिखाई देगा, दूसरी साइड पे सीधे दिख रहा है।
हमें ठीक आ रहा है, बिल्कुल सीधा आ रहा है।
आपको सीधा आ रहा है, ठीक है। Which of the following is not a filter command? लिखा A mkdir small m b cut C paste.
Hello.
C or
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
हाँ जी, good afternoon.
Sorry to interrupt in between. I just have a suggestion that we are ready with our Excel sheet. So meanwhile they will write it on the board. Can we start with our presentation? This will save time.
Okay. Now he has written the question on it. So let us have give comments on it. So which of the following is not a filter command? So one suggestion is please capitalize the word not.
Capitalize the word not.
Not. You have to give emphasis. Not.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And then I have given you one suggestion that your responses must be in an alphabetical order, or if the responses are in numbers, then they can be written in increasing or decreasing order.
Right. So we can put this mkdir here before B.
It will be like this.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Paste. नहीं करता है yes paste and more.
So you can write, yes, now it's okay. You can write in alphabetical order, whether it is in increasing order or decreasing order. You can write. You can you can write A for sort, B for paste also, or in alpha. Or numerical answers are to be written in increasing or decreasing order. So this is a good question.
Right, sir.
So
another multiple choice question. हाँ जी.
इससे पहले आप लिख के रख लीजिए. हम CGS जो लांड्रा है, they are ready with their questions. Okay. CGS लांड्रा please. हाँ जी, CGS लांड्रा.
Yes, sir. Madam Preeti, she is assistant professor, pharmacy department. She will be presenting.
हाँ जी, please.
Hello.
हाँ जी, please.
Hello.
हाँ जी. I'm listening. Yes, please show it.
Sir, we are also ready to submit our questions.
Yes, differentiate. आ नहीं रहा.
Hello.
आप शेयर कर लीजिए.
Hello.
आप ठीक है. Now it's okay. So आपने लिखा है differentiate absolute and relative bioavailability. तो आप differentiate between लिखिए.
Okay.
Differentiate between absolute and relative bioavailability. Second is define pinocrisis and endocytosis.
Yes,
so आप लिखो define the terms. Pinocytosis and define the terms.
Actually, sir, these are not terms, these are processes. That is the reason why we have not mentioned here terms. These are the processes.
So these are the process. It means their definition must be very long.
No. The definition is in one line.
ऐसा है मैम कि जो प्रोसेस होता है उसको डिफाइन नहीं हम करते. प्रोसेस को तो आप स्टेट करते हो या डिस्क्राइब करते हो प्रोसेस को.
ओके सर.
क्योंकि अगर डिफाइन करना है तो आप कहते हैं कि ये टर्म नहीं है, ये प्रोसेस है, तो प्रोसेस एक नंबर में डिफाइन नहीं हो सकता, आपको उसको डिस्क्राइब करना होता है.
ओके सर.
ठीक है. प्रोसेस मीन्स प्रोसीजर.
ठीक है सर.
Isn't it? Okay. Then fill in the blanks. से patella is an example of dash bone.
Yes,
तो आंसर क्या है?
Sesamoid bone.
One word है ना?
Yes sir. Sesamoid bone.
Okay. The inner thin layer of heart is called as.
Sir, called endometrium.
चलिए.
According to me, it's a scientific language. As नहीं sir, it is a universal truth that it is endometrium. According to me.
Okay. So अगला क्वेश्चन है enumerate the factors affecting drug distribution with example.
Example. Yes.
So
sir.
how many factors you want him to write?
Sir, actually there are so many factors. So I have given the marks according to that. There are about 8 factors. These 4 marks will justify.
ऐसा प्रीति मैडम आप देखेंगे, आपने जब लिखा है enumerate the factor, एक बच्चा 4 फैक्टर लिखेगा, दूसरा 6 लिखेगा So because number is not given in the statement of the question, so there will be confusion.
No, sir, but if there are limited factors, suppose if there are 8 factors and we teach 8 factors to individual student,
तो
then I think
आप लिखिए enumerate 8 factors affecting drug distribution. आप you write 8 factors. तो बच्चा कहेगा कि आपने हाँ.
But sir, we are giving directly answer to a student. How we can evaluate the student performance if we are mentioning that write down
मैम
8 or
ऐसा है,
write down 7 factors?
मैडम ऐसा है, अगर आपने क्वेश्चन में क्वेश्चन पेपर की रिलायबिलिटी इंक्रीज करनी है तो यू हैव टू गिव देम द डायरेक्शन.
ओके,
ठीक है, आप लिखिए एनैमोरेट 8 फैक्टर्स अफेक्टिंग ड्रग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन विद एग्जांपल. विद आप हर एक फैक्टर का एक एग्जांपल होगा.
यस सर.
तो आप लिखो विद 1 एग्जांपल ईच.
ओके सर.
ठीक है, और इसका मतलब आप हाफ मार्क देंगी फॉर 1 फैक्टर.
यस सर.
You have given 4 marks. Second question है explain the design of single dose
bioequivalence study for oral dose.
oral dose. ये बिल्कुल ठीक है. ओके, इसमें कोई डिजाइन है एक्सप्लेन करना, कोई डायग्राम तो नहीं है?
No. It's only a simple tabular form design, and there are different kind of dose: oral, intravenous, intraperitoneal. That's why I have mentioned here oral dose specifically.
ठीक है. अभी अगला क्वेश्चन है एक्सटेंडेड रिस्पॉन्स. आपने लिखा है एक्सप्लेन द स्ट्रेटजीज टू डिजाइन एंड एवेलुएट muco adhesive and bioadhesive systems.
Yes.
Okay. Then briefly write about dust collectors. अब इसमें आप क्या चाहते हो? डस्ट कलेक्टर में क्या लिखेगा? दिस इज नॉट एक्सटेंडेड रिस्पॉन्स.
बट सर डस्ट कलेक्टर तो जो होता है,
देखो ना मैम, इसमें आपने 3 पार्ट किए हुए हैं. तो ऑल पार्ट्स आर ऑफ 4 मार्क्स ईच. ठीक है, तो लास्ट वाला 8 पार्ट है, 8 मार्क्स का है. लेकिन एक्सटेंडेड रिस्पॉन्स का मतलब होता है दैट स्टूडेंट इज फ्री टू सेलेक्ट द इंफॉर्मेशन, ही इज फ्री टू ऑर्गेनाइज. तो क्वेश्चन की जो स्टेटमेंट है इतनी एम्बिगुअस है कि वो अपने हिसाब से क्वेश्चन का आंसर फ्रेम करता है. लेकिन इसमें जो आपने लिखा है राइट ब्रीफली अबाउट, तो इसमें कोई एक्सटेंडेड रिस्पॉन्स वाली बात नहीं है. ये आपका रिस्ट्रिक्टेड रिस्पॉन्स में आ जाएगा. ठीक है,
प्लीज एक्सप्लेन इट एलैबोरेटली.
नेक्स्ट है विच वन ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज नॉट ए रूट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. ठीक है, ये ठीक है. आप इसको जो है अल्फाबेटिकली लिख सकते हैं. आपने अल्फाबेटिकली नहीं लिखा, वो ठीक कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट है व्हाट आर द थेराप्यूटिक आउटकम्स फॉर ए पेशेंट विद टाइप 2 डायबिटीज मेलिटस. अब देखिए आपने लिखा है, आप क्वेश्चन को ऐसा लिखिए कि थेराप्यूटिक आउटकम, आपका जो आंसर है ना वो 2 वर्ड से स्टार्ट हो रहा है और जो क्वेश्चन है वो क्वेश्चन फॉर्म में है. तो आप इसको लिखिए कि थेराप्यूटिक आउटकम्स फॉर ए पेशेंट विद टाइप 2 डायबिटीज मेलिटस आर 2. तो 2 ऊपर आ जाएगा. आंसर पहला आ जाएगा प्रिवेंट हाइपर ग्लाइसीमिया, प्रिवेंट हाइपोग्लाइसीमिया एंड सो ऑन. तो इसको स्टेटमेंट फॉर्म में आप लिख सकते हैं.
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर.
नेक्स्ट,
That's all.
Hello sir, this is from JSS.
हाँ जी प्लीज.
Sir, we are not ready with our questions.
हाँ जी करिए प्रेजेंटेशन.
Okay sir.
हाँ जी प्लीज.
Hello sir.
हाँ जी प्लीज.
We are just starting sir.
हाँ जी प्लीज प्रोसीड. We are not able to see your presentation. आप अपनी स्क्रीन को शेयर कीजिए प्लीज. प्लीज शेयर योर स्क्रीन विद अदर इंस्टीट्यूशंस. Okay, question 1 is, which one of the following is not the required condition for binary search algorithm? The list must be sorted. There should be the direct access. There must be mechanism to delete or insert elements in list, and none of the above. इसमें right answer कौन सा है? Okay, none of the above. तो जो correct है, can't you write the correct answer? देखिए मैम ऐसे है, आपने लिखा है which of the following is not the reduced required condition for binary. तो जो required condition है उसको आप लिख नहीं सकते. नहीं, none of the above की जगह आप अपना right answer लिखिए ना. यहाँ पर हमने बोला था कि none of the above और all of the above इनको avoid करना है. हाँ जी, next.
हेलो.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
सर
हाँ सर, HT से हम जरा 2 मिनट रुकिए. आप पहली ये जो प्रेजेंटेशन चल रही है इसको देखिए.
राइट सर, राइट.
So question is, the memory address of the first element of an array is called floor address, foundation address, first address, base address. ठीक है, लेकिन आप इनको अल्फाबेटिकली लिख दीजिए. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट इज डिफाइन डाटा स्ट्रक्चर. अच्छा, ये है द रूट ऑफ ए ट्री इज विजिटेड लास्ट इन डैश ट्रावर्सल. आंसर क्या है? हाँ जी. So it means there are two words.
Yes sir, post order, 2 words. Post hyphen order.
हाँ, तो it means there are 2 words or 3 words?
Sir, it is 1 word. 1 word.
It is 1 word. Post hyphen order. Okay. Okay, ठीक है. Data structure based on LIFO principle is. आंसर क्या है? Stack. अच्छा, आप देखिए 2 आंसर आपने फिल इन द ब्लैंक्स बनाए हैं, लेकिन जो लेंथ ऑफ ब्लैंक है इट इज नॉट यूनिफॉर्म इन 2 क्वेश्चंस. तो प्लीज कीप द लेंथ ऑफ ब्लैंक equal in all the questions, otherwise it will give clue. Next question is define data structure. It is okay. Transform the following expression to postfix. So this is a good question. ये एप्लीकेशन लेवल का क्वेश्चन है. आगे, illustrate quick sort algorithm with an example. तो आपने 5+5 किस लिए दिए हैं?
5 algorithm के लिए and 5 for the example.
नहीं, तो क्योंकि सॉर्ट एल्गोरिथम है उसको आप इलस्ट्रेट ही एग्जांपल के साथ कर रहे हो.
पहले डेफिनेशन लिखना होगा. डेफिनेशन है टर्म फॉर विच सॉर्ट.
देखिए आपकी ना बहुत सारी आवाजें आ रही हैं. आप एक एट ए टाइम प्लीज आप अकेले बोलिए. आप इसमें क्या आंसर एक्सपेक्ट करती हैं?
इसमें पहले एल्गोरिथम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं एंड देन द एग्जांपल यूजिंग व्हिच सॉर्ट इज टू बी एक्सप्लेन्ड.
तो आप ये लिखो ना, एक्सप्लेन क्विक सॉर्ट एल्गोरिथम एंड इलस्ट्रेट विद एन एग्जांपल. ठीक है ना, क्योंकि पहले आप उस एल्गोरिथम को आप एक्सप्लेन करना चाहती हैं. ठीक है. अगला है राइट ए प्रोग्राम इन सी लैंग्वेज फॉर इंसर्शन एंड डिलीशन ऑफ एलिमेंट इन एन एरे एट ए गिवन स्पेसिफिक. ये बिल्कुल ठीक लिखा है. गुड. नेक्स्ट, explain various data structures used in C language and their application areas. What are the various data types used in C? ये कितने मार्क्स का है? 10 मार्क्स. तो ठीक है. आगे मल्टीपल चॉइस हो गया. ओके, ठीक है जी. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू वेरी मच. हाँ जी, SCATM कैथल.
This is another MCQ.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Which option of ls command, ls is bold, command is used to view the I note number? A is minus A, B is minus I, C is hyphen L, and D is hyphen O.
आपने स्टेटमेंट किया विच ऑप्शन ऑफ
ls command.
एलएस
These are
कमांड।
options.
ठीक है जी, ठीक है।
ये क्वेश्चन ठीक है सर?
हाँ जी ठीक है। देन हाउ वुड यू
नहीं सर, ये एक मिनट रिस्ट्रिक्टेड में देखिए, हाउ वुड यू डिबग C++ program in 6 steps using GDB debugger?
हाउ वुड यू
debug,
ओके
right sir, debug C++ program in 6 steps using GDB debugger.
ठीक है जी। कितने मार्क्स रखे हैं आपने इसके?
इसके 7 नंबर रखे हैं सर।
तो 7 नंबर को कैसे आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे, क्योंकि अगर आपने 6 स्टेप्स बोला है तो हाँ तो एक स्टेप, हाँ जी 6 ठीक है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
देन आगे क्या है, व्हाट इज
सीरीज रेजोनेंस? दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन मार्क। एक्सप्लेन
आपने लिखा व्हाट इज सीरीज रेजोनेंस, आप इसमें क्या चाहते हैं, डेफिनेशन लिखना चाहते हैं?
Yes sir, definition. What is series resonance?
तो आप लिखो डिफाइन सीरीज रेजोनेंस।
Define series
व्हाट इज
resonance.
की जगह डिफाइन, तो नेवर यूज दीज वर्ड व्हाट इज। तो आप हमेशा जो एक्शन वर्ब यूज कीजिए डिफाइन, क्योंकि आप डेफिनेशन चाहते हैं। देन एक्सप्लेन द फ्रीक्वेंसी रिस्पांस ऑफ
series RLC circuit
and
also define bandwidth and Q factor.
अब देखिए जो क्वेश्चन का सेकंड पार्ट है ना, इसमें 2-3 चीजें इकट्ठी मांग ली है, तो क्यों नहीं आप उस स्टेटमेंट को ब्रेक कीजिए। जैसे आपने लिखा एक्सप्लेन दी फ्रीक्वेंसी रिस्पांस ऑफ सर्किट, फुल स्टॉप। आगे आप लिखिए ऑल्सो, हाँ ए कैपिटल कर दीजिए
ऑल्सो,
हाँ कैपिटल, यहाँ सर्किट के बाद फुल स्टॉप है। ऑल्सो डिफाइन बाउंड्रीज, किसकी बाउंड्रीज हैं? ऑल्सो डिफाइन बैंडविड्थ एंड क्यू फैक्टर, क्वालिटी फैक्टर। तो ऐसा है, आपने डिफाइन ऊपर लिख दिया, तो क्यों नहीं आप तीनों टर्म्स ऊपर लिख दें, डिफाइन द टर्म्स सीरीज रेजोनेंस कॉमा बैंडविड्थ एंड क्वालिटी फैक्टर। ठीक है, इसके 6 नंबर रख दीजिए, डिफाइन को इकट्ठा ऊपर रख दीजिए, उसके बाद एक्सप्लेन कर दीजिए, क्योंकि उससे थोड़ा सा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन प्रॉपर हो जाएगा क्वेश्चन का।
नेक्स्ट इज एक्सटेंडेड सर।
हाँ जी,
एक्सटेंडेड, एक्सप्लेन डायग्रामेटिकली द डिफरेंस बिटवीन डाटा फ्लो एंड प्रोडक्ट फ्लो इन अ प्रोडक्शन यूनिट।
ठीक है,
इसके नंबर 6 नंबर सर, 3 + 3।
हाँ जी ठीक है जी।
गिव 10 मार्क्स।
ठीक है सर,
I think we can give 10 marks because diagram is also to be prepared by the student.
ओके सर, ठीक है।
3 for diagram, 2 for explanation. Next is what is makefile? How large projects can be handled using makefile with the help of dependency calculations? This is in line exercise.
जो कितने मार्क्स का ये?
इसको सर हमने दिए हैं 8 मार्क्स। 2 + 6 8 मार्क्स। इज इट ओके सर?
हाँ जी ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक बनाया जी, बहुत बढ़िया।
एंड देन fill in the blanks sir.
Sir, fill in the next is fill in the blanks.
According to
KCL, Kirchhoff's current law, sir. According to KCL, at any junction of electrical network, the sum of dash current is equal to sum of outgoing current.
तो आंसर क्या है?
Incoming current, sir.
वो ये तो आपको आउटगोइंग से हिंट मिल रहा है, ये तो डिफेक्टिव हो गया।
रिलायबिलिटी कम हो गया।
देखो ना, आपने वहां लिखा है दी सम ऑफ इनकमिंग करंट इज इक्वल टू सम ऑफ आउटगोइंग करंट, तो आउटगोइंग जो है वो एक हिंट दे रहा है। तो ये थोड़ा सा जो है इतना बढ़िया नहीं रहा।
एक और क्वेश्चन है।
हाँ जी हाँ जी
सर, एक और क्वेश्चन है फिल्म नेक्स्ट का, अगर आप इसको देखें कैसे है द कैटेगरी ऑफ ओएस।
Category of OS.
The category of OS you most likely have running on your PDA computer. You most likely have running on your PDA computer. Have running on your PDA computer. PDA, capital P, D, D capital, A capital. This is a personal digital assistant. Computer is number one is real time. One is real time. Second is single user, single task.
ये तो मल्टीपल चॉइस हो गया ना.
Sorry sir, sorry.
चलो कोई बात नहीं. आप सर आप नेक्स्ट कॉलेज में जाते हैं, वहाँ की आप प्लीज देखिए.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
तो JSS नोएडा प्लीज. JSS नोएडा.
चलो बढ़िया सर.
हेलो.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
हाँ जी. एक और है सर हमारे पास.
हो गया इनका.
एक और
हो गया. ओके देन ठीक है. नाउ विल मूव टू द्रोणाचार्य ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन ग्रेटर नोएडा. द्रोणाचार्य ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन ग्रेटर नोएडा. द्रोणाचार्य ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन ग्रेटर नोएडा.
Sir, are you able to hear me?
हाँ जी प्लीज प्रोसीड.
Good afternoon, sir.
हाँ जी गुड आफ्टरनून.
Sir, I'm Gunjit, Assistant Professor Electronics and Communication from Dronacharya Group of Institution, Greater Noida.
Okay.
Sir, are you able to see the questions on the screen?
हाँ जी हाँ जी.
Yes, sir.
आपने लिखा A/N dash is created when an electron moves from the valence band to the conduction band.
Yes, sir.
आपके जो कोलीग्स हैं, आप में से कोई इस पर कमेंट देना चाहेंगे?
Hello.
हाँ जी.
A hole is created when an electron moves from the valence band to the conduction band. Answer is hole.
नहीं होल है, पर यहाँ पर ना स्टूडेंट हैज टू से spend lot of time in understanding the meaning of this question because the question is beginning with one blank. तो मैंने बोला था कि आपका जो blank है वो end में आना चाहिए, ठीक है, या in between हो सकता है.
Okay, sir. So the next question is special diodes designed to conduct in the reverse direction and use as voltage regulator are called dash diodes. The answer is Zener.
ठीक है जी. This question is perfectly all right. Then next is which instructions can be used to set and reset direction flag?
Yes, sir.
So which instruction means there are 2-3 instructions or one instruction?
Sir, there are 2 instructions, one for setting the direction flag and one for resetting it.
तो instruction जो
Yes, sir. 2 instructions.
ठीक है. So आप हम लिखे that are used to set and reset direction flag.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. State instructions या write instructions. Then name all the universal digital gates with their truth. कितने gates हैं digital gates?
Yes, sir. There are 2 universal gates.
Okay.
NAND and NOR.
ट्रूथ टेबल बताना है.
Yes, sir.
उसका लेंथ ऑफ आंसर कितना का, कितने हाफ पेज है, कितना है?
Sir, नहीं, it's very brief. Just
Okay.
for
One
naming.
word.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ठीक है. Next is essay type. Explain the working principle and construction of induction motor with the help of a neat sketch. तो 5 नंबर आपने दिए हैं, तो आप इसको थोड़ा सा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन दे दीजिए कि इसे वर्किंग प्रिंसिपल को 2 नंबर दे दीजिए और 3 नंबर जो है वो इंडक्शन का कंस्ट्रक्शन.
Yes, sir.
थोड़ा सा इसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कर दीजिए. देन एक्सप्लेन ऑल द एड्रेसिंग मोड्स ऑफ 8086 माइक्रो प्रोसेसर विद वन एग्जांपल ईच. तो
Yes, sir.
कितने हैं एड्रेसिंग मोड्स?
Sir, there are 5 main addressing modes of 8086.
ठीक है, आपने मार्क्स भी उतने ही दिए हैं, बिल्कुल ठीक है.
Yes.
नेक्स्ट इज रिस्ट्रिक्टेड. Explain the invalid condition which occurs in SR flip-flop when S is equal to R is equal to 1
Yes, sir.
condition. तो
Yes.
2 marks हैं.
Yes.
And how is this condition avoided using JK flip-flop?
Yes,
ऊपर
sir.
वाले आंसर की how is this condition means invalid कौन सी condition है? ऊपर
Yes,
वाला
sir.
question.
Linked. Both are linked, sir. S is equals to R equals to 1. Both are linked. This condition is avoided in JK flip flop.
Okay. And how is this can be avoided?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ठीक है. So next है differentiate between Zener and avalanche breakdown using VI characteristic curve. तो कितनी differences हैं?
So mainly 3-4 differences, and the VI characteristic curve is required in this question.
Curve भी चाहिए?
Yes, sir.
Okay, आपने लिखा ही हुआ, ठीक है.
Yes.
So
basically explanation of that VI characteristic curve will be explained by the student in this question.
तो आप ऐसा नहीं लिख सकते differentiate between Zener and avalanche breakdown within bracket आप लिख सकते हो 3 differences.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है, तो एटलीस्ट सबको पता हो कि 3 डिफरेंस बताने या 2 बताने हैं, वो एटलीस्ट पता होना चाहिए. सब बच्चों को एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में सब पता होता है, लेकिन जब लिखने की बात आती है वो अपना माइंड सेटअप करते हैं. नेक्स्ट इज डी मॉर्गन्स फर्स्ट थ्योरम शोज इक्विवेलेंस ऑफ. ये तो ठीक है.
The answer is B.
हाँ ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है. How many check pulses are needed to load a 4-bit number in parallel? ये 2 बार लिखा है in parallel.
Parallel in parallel out is a PIPO register.
ठीक है, registers.
Yes, sir.
अब इसको इंक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में कर दीजिए.
All right, sir.
हाँ, जैसे 1 2 4 8 या 8 4 2 1. इंक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर या इंक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में. तो ये कुछ सजेशन थे. सो बहुत बढ़िया आपने लिखे हैं क्वेश्चन. तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि आप जब एग्जामिनेशन होगा तो जो हमने आपको गाइडलाइंस दी हैं, बताई हैं, वो आप ध्यान में रखेंगे.
थैंक यू.
So we'll shift to द्रोणाचार्य ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन गुड़गांव.
हेलो.
हाँ जी.
हेलो. प्रेजेंट स्लाइड को ओपन करो ना. हेलो. हेलो. हेलो.
हाँ जी, ओके. तो क्वेश्चन इज द इंफ्रारेड रीजन.
हेलो.
हाँ जी. We are able to hear you, sir.
Hello.
We are able to hear you.
Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Yes, myself, Dr. R.C. Sharma, Professor, Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon.
Okay, sir.
My first question is, the infrared region have frequencies, vacant space, then the visible region of electromagnetic spectrum.
So, sir, what is the answer?
Answer is lesser.
Lesser. ठीक है. Okay.
For every
action there is equal and opposite reaction. तो सर मैंने एक सजेशन दिया था, टेक्स्ट बुक वर्डिंग या जो प्रिंसिपल की जो स्टेटमेंट है एज सच ना लिखिए, इसको एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म में लिख दीजिए. बिकॉज इसको कोई भी लेमैन जो है ना, वो उसको याद है टू एवरी एक्शन देयर इज इक्वल एंड अपोजिट रिएक्शन, वो फटाफट बता देगा.
But by selecting this question, the average student has been keep in mind.
नहीं, देखिए आप इसका एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म में पूछ लीजिए ना. आप डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन, ये स्टेटमेंट ही आप पूछ रहे हैं.
Right.
ठीक है. Then who discovered a force produce acceleration in a body?
Yes.
So it means you are asking about the name of the scientist.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then what is the fundamental formula for power? What is the dimensional formula for power? ठीक है. तो ये dimensional formula लिखेगा power का. These are good questions. Then next is a 100 watt 200 volt bulb can carry current of. ठीक है, current of.
0.5
ऑफ है ना. ठीक है, बिल्कुल सही है. करंट के बाद ऑफ भी लगा दीजिए ताकि सेंटेंस का आंसर के साथ कनेक्शन हो जाए. देन नेक्स्ट इज ए हीलियम नियॉन लेजर प्रोड्यूस लाइट ऑफ वेवलेंथ.
first is the right answer. 6328.
ठीक है.
Short answer type questions. Restrictive. Give energy level diagram of ruby laser. Which transition is responsible to produce monochromatic light? 2+1.
ठीक है. पर सर इसमें जो 7th क्वेश्चन है आप इसको रिस्ट्रिक्टेड रिस्पांस कह रहे हैं, ये इट्स लाइक शॉर्ट आंसर टाइप, तो रिस्ट्रिक्टेड रिस्पांस को हम 5 नंबर का कर सकते हैं.
नहीं, restrictive. I have put the restriction on the energy level diagram. The student will give the energy level diagram, then he will tell which transition is responsible to produce.
ठीक है. 3 मार्क्स का है. ठीक है.
Right, 3 marks.
So give classification of optical fiber on the basis of mode of propagation.
I have put the restriction mode of propagation.
हाँ तो वो तो हाँ वो बेसिस तो बताना ही है. बिल्कुल ठीक है.
Right.
तो आर यू आस्किंग फॉर एग्जांपल्स आल्सो?
There are two modes. One is single mode and second is multi mode. So each
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
carries 1.5 marks.
ओके 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 ठीक है. Then define acceptance angle in numerical aperture of an optical fiber.
Acceptance angle and numerical aperture. ये इन लिखा गया है. And.
अच्छा अच्छा and okay. So देखो आपने डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मार्क्स बहुत अच्छा किया है कि आपने सबके मार्क्स जो लिखे हैं 1 + 1 + 6 + 2. So derive the necessary relation. Relation means in between acceptance angle and numerical aperture. यही है ना? Okay. How they depend, S काट दीजिए. How they depend on refractive index of core, cladding and surrounding medium. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? थोड़ा सा ये ना फ्लो नहीं बन रहा इस सेंटेंस में.
It depends on the medium, refractive index of the medium, refractive index of core as well as refractive index of cladding. So how they depends? Directly or inversely,
that is acha, that is acceptance angle and numerical aperture. How these two depend on the refractive index. Okay,
right, they derive an expression. All right, after that deriving the expression, they will conclude how they depends on the refractive index, because the refractive index come in the formula. Refractive index come in the formula.
Okay,
last one, state Messner effect and Cooper pairs. 2 marks each. Explain the role of phonon in explaining the superconductivity of a soft superconductor.
So इसमें थोड़ा सा एक सजेशन है कि इसी सेंटेंस में 2 बार वर्ड एक्सप्लेन आ रहा है. So can we use some other word?
Where explain?
Explain the role of phonons in describing the.
Oh, right, okay.
आप 2 वर्ड आ रहे हैं explain.
Right.
Can we use some other word?
इसको वो कर देना. नहीं अपना म्यूट का मतलब तो मैं कुछ नहीं पूछना.
In describing the.
हाँ जी.
व्यू आ जाना.
म्यूट ही तो करा मैंने, म्यूट था.
ठीक है जी, बिल्कुल बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. So thank you very much. Now we invite.
ये तो पिरामिड का पता है.
Yes.
आप वो करना है. आइए यहाँ से आराम से बोलिए. अभी आवाज.
Good evening, sir.
विद कैमरा है ना, इसमें टेक्स्ट सेम होगा जिसके रियर कैमरा होता है,
फ्रंट कैमरा इस वजह से प्रॉब्लम है। अभी बोल ही रहे ना ये कुछ, बोलो।
Please ask one of your participant to make presentation.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, this is Mamta Sharma from Ansar Technical Campus, Lucknow.
Please proceed. Yes.
Sir, I have written 3 questions because white is not available in this room. So I would like to read out my questions.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
The first question is, what do you mean by the term communication? Write in brief.
आप देखिए इसमें आपने लिखा what do you mean by.
What do you mean by the term communication? Write in brief.
तो आप इसमें what do you expect? Whether you are expecting him to write the definition or the process or the principles, क्या चाहती हैं?
Sir, this is of 2 marks only. So I expect from my students to write down the meaning of communication and then 1 or 2 definitions.
तो आप सीधा देखो इसमें क्लियर नहीं है, आप सिंपली यू राइट एक्सप्लेन द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन. अब इसमें आप जो है 2 मार्क्स हैं तो बच्चा जो है एक डेफिनेशन लिखेगा और उसका मीनिंग भी देगा. सो बेटर वर्ड इज कॉन्सेप्ट. एक्सप्लेन द कॉन्सेप्ट और यू सिंपली आस्क हिम टू डिफाइन कम्युनिकेशन. व्हाट डू यू मीन में पता क्या होगा, कुछ लोग कुछ बताएंगे, कुछ लोग कुछ बताएंगे. कोई व्हाट डू यू मीन अगर मैं किसी से भी पूछता हूँ वो जो भी उसको आता है सब कुछ लिखेगा. तो अगर हम रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर दें कि डेफिनेशन बतानी है या उसका जो है वो कॉन्सेप्ट एक्सप्लेन करना है. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट.
Okay, sir. My next question is differentiate between the formal and the informal communication.
Okay, how many differences?
4 to 5 differences.
तो 4 to 5 you have to be specific. आप लिखिए differentiate between formal and informal communication, within bracket लिखिए 4 differences.
Okay.
तो कि सब बच्चे जो है 4 लिखेंगे, कोई 4 लिखेगा, कोई 6 लिखेगा, तो आपको evaluation करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा.
Yes, sir.
Next.
My next question is communicate to express, not to impress. This is a statement. Communicate to express, not to impress. Explain in brief. This is of 5 marks.
हाँ, इसको आप बोलेंगे कि ये extended response है ना. Extended response ऐसे क्वेश्चन है because the student is free. Okay, so इसमें आप ये भी लिखो कि भी include some of the observation or include some of the examples in support of your answer. तो ये क्वेश्चन बड़ा अच्छा है, हायर लेवल का क्वेश्चन है ये. You have that is student has to justify this statement by giving 2 or 3 examples.
Yes, sir.
है ना. तो this is extended response question. Okay.
Sir, I would like to ask you one question.
हाँ जी.
Sir, very often my students ask me this question, that whether they should pay attention to the length of the answer or to the quality, I mean to the presentation of the answer. So what to say? Sometimes I feel very difficult, you know, I feel it a very crunchy question. I don't know what to say in answer. So kindly give me
quality. Quality means that he should make correct sentences or the
no,
meaning
sir,
should be clear. हाँ.
Correct sentences, you know, this is the foremost thing that everyone should pay attention to. I'm not talking about grammatical errors and all. I'm talking about whether the students should pay attention to the length of their answers or they should pay attention to the headings and subheadings and points.
देखिए ऐसा है, heading subheadings are very much essential. अगर बच्चे ने कहानी की तरह लिखा हुआ है and the examiner has no time to read the whole story, अगर आपने बच्चे ने heading और sub headings बनाए हुए हैं और उसमें रेलेवेंट जो है मटेरियल उसने लिखा हुआ है, देन आई थिंक दैट विल फेच हिम गुड मार्क्स। तो स्टोरी फॉर्म में नहीं लिखना, उसको हेडिंग्स पॉइंट्स बना के लिखना है। और सेकेंडली जो लेंथ ऑफ आंसर है दैट डिपेंड्स अपॉन हाउ द क्वेश्चन हैज बीन फ्रेम्ड। अगर क्वेश्चन में आपने डेफिनेटनेस रखी है तो बच्चा आंसर ब्रीफ में देगा। अगर आपने उसको बिल्कुल ओपन एंडेड छोड़ दिया है तो ही और शी विल गो ऑन राइटिंग, देयर इज नो एंड। ठीक है, तो आपका जो क्वेश्चन है उसकी क्वालिटी अच्छी होनी चाहिए, उसमें जो डेफिनेटनेस होनी चाहिए। जैसे मैंने अभी आपको बोला डिफाइन, तो आपने लिखा व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय कम्युनिकेशन में ही विल राइट सो मेनी थिंग्स।
Yeah, it's a vast topic. Yeah.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
हाँ जी। Any other person who wants to make presentation from your institute?
Sir,
Because
no,
आपने
sir.
multiple choice नहीं बनाए।
Yes, sir. Actually, I prepared my questions at the 11th hour because I did not know, as I have already told you, no, that board is not available in this room. So I didn't know whether I should.
Okay then. So now we'll move to CGC Landra.
Hello. Sir, we have already given the presentation on the question. Hello. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Please proceed.
Sir, we have already given the presentation on questions. Madam Preeti, she has given.
Okay, okay. ठीक है, आप बोलिए। ठीक है। दे देना, मैं सूर्य कर दूंगा। तो बीच में सुबह आके ले जाना यहाँ से। हाँ जी, नहीं तो एक और भी तो आरसी खेतान पॉलिटेक्निक, आरसी खेतान पॉलिटेक्निक जयपुर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, जी।
Sir, from our side, Dr. Renu Bhutra, chemistry lecturer, she will present you.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am इधर आओ, ma'am इधर आओ। सर ये थोड़ा नजदीक आ जाता ना सर, यहीं पे रखो, छोड़ दो। ठीक है, छोड़ दो। मैम बोलो आपको। सर, are you visualizing our questions?
Define Faraday's law of electrolysis.
Yes, sir. Please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I am from chemistry department. I am from chemistry department, and we have prepared questions. सबसे पहले
मैम ऐसा है, मेरी एक सजेशन है, when it is that is Faraday's law of electrolysis और Pauli's exclusion principle, तो आपने यूज किया डिफाइन एंड सेकंड लिखा राइट। आई थिंक प्रिंसिपल को स्टेट करते हैं, लॉ को स्टेट करते हैं। यू सिंपली राइट स्टेट Faraday's फर्स्ट लॉ ऑफ इलेक्ट्रोलिसिस।
ओके सर,
ठीक है। लाइकवाइज Pauli's exclusion principle अगर आपने एक्सप्लेन कराना है विद एग्जांपल तो एक्सप्लेन लिखिए, अदरवाइज लिखिए स्टेट Pauli's exclusion principle।
लिखो, शॉर्ट आंसर टाइप क्वेश्चन है इसलिए लिखवाना ही है कि स्टेट ही कराना है हमको।
हाँ तो स्टेट लिखिए ना, फिर स्टेट लिखिए।
ओके सर।
ठीक है। देन उसके बाद है इलेक्ट्रोकेमिकल सेल कन्वर्ट्स डैश एनर्जी इनटू डैश एनर्जी।
यस सर।
तो 2 आंसर्स है ना इसमें।
हाँ सर, इसलिए फर्स्ट केमिकल एनर्जी इनटू इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी, सो हाफ ऑफ मार्क्स से दोनों आंसर है।
तो आपने इसको फिर हाफ ऑफ मार्क रखेंगे अगर 1 मार्क है तो।
हाँ सर, ये किया, हाफ इंटू 2 किया है।
हाफ इंटू 2।
ओके गुड। देन 1 Faraday इक्वल्स टू डैश कूलम्स।
यस सर, तो इसमें तो फिक्स आंसर है 96,500 कूलम्स, तो इसका फुल 1 मार्क्स है।
ओके ठीक है जी, बहुत बढ़िया। राइट 4 पोस्टुलेट्स ऑफ काइनेटिक थ्योरी ऑफ गैसेस। तो आंसर मार्क्स कितने दिए आपने?
2 मार्क्स दिए, 4 पॉइंट्स पूछे तो इसलिए सबका हाफ हाफ मार्क्स करके 2 मार्क्स का क्वेश्चन किया है।
वेरी वेल डन। Then write 2 differences between order of reaction and molecularity of reaction. Good. बिल्कुल ठीक है।
2 डिफरेंस पूछे तो 1 मार्क्स के 2 डिफरेंस हो गए.
Then number of unpaired electrons in oxygen atom.
Yes sir.
In oxygen atoms
इसके
are
4 ऑप्शन दे दिए हमने 4 3 2 0 और राइट आंसर इज 2.
2. So number of unpaired electrons in oxygen atom are, ARE भी डालिए साथ में, यहाँ is कुछ तो डालिए.
ओके सर. और ये हाफ मार्क्स का करा और एक क्वेश्चन और है मल्टीपल चॉइस का जो इस साइड में लिखा हुआ है वो है सेकंड क्वेश्चन मल्टीपल चॉइस का.
Hybridization of S in SF6 is, बहुत बढ़िया, बिल्कुल ठीक है.
तो इसका आंसर सी है sp3d2.
करेक्ट, बिल्कुल ठीक है.
नेक्स्ट है एक्सटेंडेड टाइप क्वेश्चन. उसमें क्वेश्चन फर्स्ट हमने प्रिपेयर किया है एक्सप्लेन डिटर्मिनेशन ऑफ हार्डनेस ऑफ वाटर बाय EDTA मेथड. तो इसमें वैसे हमने 5 मार्क्स का किया है पर इसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में ये होगा कि प्रिंसिपल हम चाहते हैं, रिएजेंट्स रिक्वायर्ड चाहते हैं, प्रोसेस क्या होगा उसका, कैलकुलेशन क्या होगी ये, और साथ में रिजल्ट क्या होगा. इन पांचों को मिला के हमने 5 मार्क्स किए.
मैम ये बहुत ज्यादा आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो, 5 नंबर हैं और यू आर आस्किंग हिम टू राइट सो मेनी थिंग्स. ठीक है,
बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है इसमें, सब हाफ पेज जितना ही होता है सर इसमें.
नहीं, आपने क्या बोला, आपने क्वेश्चन है एक्सप्लेन डिटर्मिनेशन ऑफ हाइड्रोलिसिस ऑफ वाटर बाय EDTA मेथड,
हार्डनेस ऑफ वाटर.
हाँ, और आप क्या चीज पूछते हैं?
प्रिंसिपल से थ्योरी जो होती है ना, जिस प्रिंसिपल पे ये मेथड बेस्ड होगा वो चाहिएगा, रिएजेंट रिक्वायर्ड कौन कौन से होंगे उसके लिए, और उसकी जो प्रोसीजर जो होगा टाइट्रेशन वगैरह वो, उसके बाद में कैलकुलेशन और लास्ट में रिजल्ट.
देखो मैम ऐसा है, अगर ये क्वेश्चन मुझे आंसर करना होगा ना तो मैं सिर्फ प्रोसीजर ही लिखूंगा, बिकॉज आपने लिखा है एक्सप्लेन डिटर्मिनेशन ऑफ हार्डनेस ऑफ वाटर बाय EDTA मेथड. तो अगर बच्चे से आप चाहते हो कि EDTA जो है किस प्रिंसिपल के ऊपर बेस्ड है, यू हैव टू स्पेसिफिकली आस्क फॉर इट.
ओके सर.
तो अदरवाइज वो लिखेगा नहीं. लेकिन ये फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन जो है ना, फिर भी ये एक्सटेंडेड रिस्पॉन्स नहीं बनता, ये रिस्ट्रिक्टेड में ही आएगा. लेकिन जो सेकंड वाला क्वेश्चन है that comes under extended response, that is describe Rutherford's atomic model and give its limitations. तो ये थोड़ा सा फिर भी जो है बन जाता है.
सर फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे एक्सटेंडेड में इसीलिए है ना कि हमने बहुत सारे पॉइंट है तो एक्सटेंडेड में तो आएगा वो.
नहीं, एक्सटेंडेड का मतलब ये होता है कि जिसमें बच्चा जो है वो उसको क्वेश्चन का मीनिंग समझ आ जाए, लेकिन ही इज फ्री टू सेलेक्ट the content, he is free to organize the content. ठीक है, जैसे मैंने बोला कि how do you remove hardness of water, okay, what are the various processes involved in the removal of hardness of water, ये आपके बहुत सारे methods आ जाएंगे. तो इसमें आप कह सकते हो कि it is too मतलब कि open ended.
ओके सर. लेकिन
यहाँ पर आपने EDTA मेथड को स्पेसिफाई कर दिया है.
यस सर.
तो ये है, ठीक है. Okay, thank you very much. So before leaving, if you have any query, if you want to add anything, you are please welcome. सभी 7 institutions से request है, if they have got any query, they are free to ask, or they want to supplement, they are free to supplement.
Sir, excuse me sir, this is Government Khitan Polytechnic College, Jaipur.
हाँ जी.
We would like to ask some questions, sir.
हाँ जी, पूछिए.
Sir, my question is about the reliability of the question.
हाँ
the
जी.
reliability of the question should be decided in the context of student, or it should be decided on the context of evaluator?
दोनों की तरफ से.
Why?
देखो, अगर बच्चे दोनों की तरफ से, अगर मान लीजिए क्वेश्चन की स्टेटमेंट में एम्बिग्यूटी है, जैसे व्हाट इज फोर्स है, मैं आपसे पूछता हूं और 2 दिन बाद आपसे पूछता हूं, आपके अपने आंसर में चेंज आएगा. ठीक है, तो रिलायबिलिटी का मतलब क्या होता है? कंसिस्टेंसी ऑफ रिजल्ट्स. और वो जब क्वेश्चन में एम्बिग्यूटी नहीं है, क्लैरिटी है, तो जो टीचर है, एक टीचर एवेल्यूएट करे चाहे 2 टीचर वैल्यू करे, मार्क्स में डिफरेंस नहीं आएगा, सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस नहीं आएगा. एक आधे मार्क का डिफरेंस हो सकता है, अगर 10 मार्क का क्वेश्चन है तो 1 मार्क का डिफरेंस हो सकता है, लेकिन सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस नहीं होना चाहिए. तो इसलिए दोनों को एडवांटेज है. इसके लिए बेटर ये होता है, अगर रिलायबिलिटी इंक्रीज करनी है, देन इंक्रीज आस्क मोर नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चन एज कंपेयर टू only asking 5 questions to attempt out of 8. तो पांचों के आप पार्ट्स बनाइए, क्योंकि देखो जितने ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप आइटम्स होते हैं दे आर हाईली रिलायबल, क्योंकि उसमें एक आंसर है करेक्ट, राइट, उसमें डेफिनेटनेस है. तो इसीलिए अगर हम शॉर्ट आंसर क्वेश्चन या रिस्ट्रिक्टेड रिस्पॉन्स क्वेश्चन ज्यादा पूछेंगे जिससे सिलेबस को ज्यादा कवरेज होगा, चांस फैक्टर अपना रोल नहीं निभाएगा. अगर आप 8 में से 5 क्वेश्चन मांगते हैं तो बच्चा पिछले 4 सालों के क्वेश्चन पेपर उठाएगा और देखेगा कि भी 2013 में ये पूछा गया था, 14 में नहीं पूछा, 15 में फिर पूछा जाएगा, वो अपने आप गैस लगा देता है.
So that's also supports the validation of the question.
हाँ जी, ठीक है.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other person? Thank you. So now we close the session, and we request all of you to again join us on tomorrow at 9:30.
Okay, sir.
So we'll meet at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you very much.